certain requirements under the open meeting law. The Boston City Council is conducting this meeting remotely. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube by visiting boston.gov/city-council-tv. At this time, I will ask our clerk to call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, you are on mute.
All these phones. Councilor Arroyo.
Present.
Councilor Baker.
Yeah.
Councilor Bach.
Present.
Councilor Braden.
Present.
Councilor Campbell.
Here.
Councilor Edwards.
Present.
Councilor Asabi George.
Present.
Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flynn.
Here. Flaherty's here.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn.
Here.
Councilor Janey.
Present.
Councilor Mejia.
Present.
Councilor O'Malley.
Present.
Councilor Wu.
Present.
Madam President, all are present.
Thank you so much. I've been informed by our clerk that a quorum is present. At this time, we will have our clergy give the invocation, and I'm going to invite Councilor Asabi George up to introduce our clergy today. Councilor Asabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Today, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Rob Mark and Reverend Joshua Lazard from the Church of the Covenant. Both reverends are community and social justice leaders, incorporating environmental, immigration, education, and racial and economic justice work into their practice. I am particularly grateful to them and to the Church of the Covenant for their efforts to end homelessness while supporting a daytime shelter for unhoused or housing unstable women through the Women's Lunch Place. Thank you, both of you, Reverend Mark and Reverend Lazard, for your tireless work here in Boston. And thank you both for being with us today to open our meeting virtually.
Councilor Asabi George, President Janey, Madam Clerk, our own District 8 Councilor Bach, and all honorable councilors and your staff, all you Zoom czars, those who keep technology flowing, electricity working, all you who labor in servant leadership for the good of the commons of this, our beloved city, day in and day out. It's a profound honor to once again be invited to address this gifted and respected body. Thank you again for the invitation. And thank you for all of what you are doing to serve our communities in these days. In these pandemic days, extra blessings to you, counselors and decision makers this day who may have kids homeschooling, who may be isolated yourselves, who may have loved ones and constituents who may be sick. It's also an honor to share this moment. Again, my name is Reverend Rob Mark. It's an honor to share this moment of invocation with my still relatively new colleague and co-conspirator in ministry at Church of the Covenant, Associate Pastor Reverend Joshua Lazard.
Good morning. I'm a recent plant from Chicago by way of North Carolina. I'm currently pursuing my PhD at Boston University School of Theology, and I'm certainly honored to be here this afternoon now.
And it is indeed, as has been mentioned, our profound honor at our church at Newbury and Berkeley Street in the Back Bay to house the incredible souls who we feel reflect God to so many of us at Women's Lunch Place. So on behalf of them, I bring their greetings as well. In solidarity and accompaniment with those who are experiencing homelessness, our church is also deeply committed to a new endeavor we call Climate Jubilee, the sacred movement of liberation for racial and eco-justice. So in that light, I pray that your collective work on behalf of Boston be blessed in its resolve to honor all voices, including the voice of the earth, working for the day where all can truly breathe freely. And in that spirit, Reverend Joshua and I invite you now into a brief moment of finding our centers. Take a moment to inhale and exhale together. And in humility, I invoke that which is holy, that which is mysterious, that which is love, to be present here and now. May the blessings of all that has life be felt in this Zoom chamber for these next hours. May the deliberations, the contemplations, the determinations be made in the spirit of authenticity, mutual respect, and honest exchange. And may the voices, the cries, the truths, the laments, and the hopes of all the people be heard with clarity this day.
May the ideals of democracy abide in the discussions and constitutionality in the conversations. On behalf of the voiceless, we pray that they be heard. For those that cry out in pain, we pray that their pain is ended. For those seeking truth, we pray for justice. For those that lament, we pray for peace. For those that hope against the data, we pray that righteousness prevails. We invoke all of this in the name of all that is sacred to each of us. Let us say together, amen.
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 And thank you so much for that inspiring message. At this time, we are going to pledge allegiance to the flag and certainly invite you to join us. You may feel free to stay with us throughout this meeting. It is a public meeting, or leave at your leisure. Thank you again. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of
of
the
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we will move on with our agenda. The first order of business is the approval of our minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the matter, the chair moves to approve the minutes as presented from the last meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilor Arroyo,
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker,
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach,
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden,
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell,
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards,
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the minutes of the meeting have been approved unanimously.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to communications from His Honor the Mayor. Could you please read the first docket, 0346, Madam Clerk?
Right.
Madam Clerk, you may be frozen.
In the meantime, I just want you to know, Madam President, that that flower is on fleek. You look beautiful.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get our clerk back. I appreciate that. For viewers who are watching, we're just having a technical difficulty here. Hopefully we will be back shortly. She may be trying to log back on, so we will just take a moment to give her the time needed to get the internet working.
Madam President, point of order, perhaps Assistant Clerk Jerntis could read.
Yep. I'm just checking in with the clerk to see what's happening, and then we'll go from there if we need to. Thank you so much, Matt. And in the meantime, I will take just an official recess so we're not holding people hostage here. So if you need to step away for a minute, say we will come back at 12:15 in a couple of minutes if we can. We're going to come back into session here. Still having some technical difficulties. Our clerk is having some technical difficulties. When she is able, we will obviously welcome her back with open arms. But in the interim, we have Alex with us, and I'm going to call upon you, Mr. Clerk. I hope I don't call you Madam Clerk.
That's okay.
So I was asking to have docket 0346 read into the record.
Yes. Docket number 0346, message in order for an appropriation order in the amount of $25,500,374 from fiscal year 2021 Preservation Fund revenues for community preservation projects at the recommendations of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee. The CPC is recommending $13,617,850 in affordable housing projects, $5,598,569 in historic preservation projects, and $6,283,955 in recreational use and open space projects.
Thank you so much. Docket 0346 will be referred to the Committee on Community Preservation, and we will move on to docket 0347.
Docket number 0347, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $360,000 in the form of a grant awarded by the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, pursuant to a board vote to approve the expenditure on February 11th, 2021. The purpose of the grant is to fund a staff position in the Boston Transportation Department for 3 years under a memorandum of agreement to assist in the implementation of transportation and infrastructure improvements associated with BPDA and Boston Transportation Department planning initiatives in the city's neighborhoods.
Thank you so much. Docket 0347 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. On to docket 0348.
Docket number 0348, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $245,900 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 21 Local Culture Council Program awarded by the Massachusetts Cultural Council to be administered by the Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund the Boston Cultural Council subgrants.
Thank you so much. Docket 0348 will be referred to the Committee of Arts, Culture, and Special Events. We'll move on to docket 0349.
Docket number 0349, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $62,082.07 in the form of a grant for Help America Vote Act election security funds awarded by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, passed through the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to be administered by the Elections Department. The grant will fund reimbursement for the cost of implementing mail-in voting in 2020.
Thank you so much. The Chair recognizes Councillor Edwards, who is Chair of our Committee on Government Operations. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
I'm having a technical, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't afford any other technical difficulties, so.
I know, and I just couldn't hear.
And everybody else will be okay in the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, now my screen went blank. I'm so sorry. Madam President, I can pull this up very quickly on my cell phone if you want to just give me the docket number again, and I'll be ready to go.
Yep, and we can hear and see you, just so that you know.
Thank you. Okay.
This is docket 0349.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. This is the election. Yes. Madam President, I would like to suspend and pass. This docket is much needed money, and it does help us with election assistance in the commission. And being that election is part of the government operations, one of our matters that we consider, the amount is very, very low. And I think that it would do us well to get this money in the hands that is necessary as soon as possible. So I'd like to suspend and pass.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards seeks suspension of our rules and passage of docket 0349. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll here.
Roll call on docket 0349. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Janey, 12 of 13 have voted in the affirmative.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the next docket, which is 0350.
Docket number 0350, message and order authorizing the city of Boston to expend the amount of $50,000 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 21 first responder naloxone administration grant awarded by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health to be administered by the police department. The grant will fund the purchase of naloxone and related supplies for use by the Boston Police Department.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Campbell, who is chair of our Committee of Public Safety and Criminal Justice. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good to see you. As Chair of the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, I am seeking suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0350. It's a relatively small grant amount, and of course, from the State's Department of Public Health to purchase naloxone. It's a medicine, as everyone knows, that rapidly reverses an opioid overdose. And of course, we want to get this out to our department as soon as possible, along with the related supplies that it comes with. So seeking suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0350. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Councillor Campbell seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0350. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll, please.
Roll call on docket number 0350. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Janey, all in favor.
Thank you. We will move on to docket 0351.
Docket number 0351, message and order authorizing the city of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $5,885 in the form of a grant from a charitable donation awarded by the Shaw Family Foundation to be administered by the Office for Food Access. The grant will fund outreach materials translated in 10 languages to promote awareness of pandemic EBT benefits.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden, who is the chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that we suspend the rules and pass this appropriation for $5,885 to go to food access. We are in the ongoing food security emergency, and this money should be used as quickly as possible to assist in food access. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilor Braden seeks suspension of our rules and passage of docket 0351. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Roll call on docket 0351. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Councilor Arroyo. Madam President, docket number 0351 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to docket 0352.
Docket number 0352, a petition of a Yankee Line for a license to operate motor vehicles for the carriage of passengers for hire over certain streets in Boston.
Thank you so much. Docket 0352 will be referred to the Committee of City and Neighborhood Services. We will move on in our agenda to reports of public officers. Could you please read docket 0353?
Docket number 0353, communication was received from Anita Tavares, Chair of the Board of Election, for your approval of citizen petition entitled Petition for Eversource Substation, East Boston.
Thank you. Docket 0353. Oh, the chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Everything, you can hear me, see me okay? Thank you very much. I was wondering if we could take, there's a resolution in support of this out of order, as it would allow me to speak directly to this and give some history to my colleagues.
Which docket is this?
The docket that the resolution, I believe, is
355.
it's 355.
Okay, seeing and hearing no objections, we will bring up docket 0355. Mr. Clerk, could you please read that docket into the record?
Yes.
And we have been joined by Madam Clerk, who we will test out in just a moment to make sure that your internet is working well. But Mr. Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, please reading docket 0355.
Docket number 0355, Councilor Edwards offered the following: a resolution in support of a non-binding public advisory opinion ballot measure regarding a proposed Eversource substation in East Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for allowing me to take this matter out, this resolution out of order. I'm beyond excited about the civic engagement that we have in East Boston. 10 citizens came together, registered voters of the city of Boston in East Boston, and they put forth this ballot question that specifically asked, do you support relocating an Eversource electric substation now proposed at 400 Congress Street in East Boston away from nearby homes, parks, flood risk areas in East Boston to an alternative secure location, such as within Logan Airport? This is proposed by those of us who've been fighting against this substation that is basically being shoved down our throats in one of the most diverse, ethnically diverse areas in Boston, but certainly in East Boston, where 60% of the people are people of color and 50% are foreign born. There's by a playground, and much to our complete devastation, the EFSB supported in full unanimous support to allow for this monstrosity to happen in our neighborhood. But we go down swinging in East Boston, and I think we go down swinging in every single neighborhood, especially for our future. We've said from the beginning, this is the wrong location, the wrong energy type, the wrong process, and there are 2 pending civil rights lawsuits against Eversource and the EFSB, specifically for how they excluded people who did not speak English in this entire process. It is not only a slap in our face, but it's a kick in the gut to a neighborhood that's already burdened by by the airport pollution. And so I'm submitting this resolution because it's time for us as a city to say no more. this resolution supports the non-binding ballot initiative that if once it's gone through our process here at City Council, will go to the people of all of Boston to ask the very basic question, which we can still change, but overall is, does this kind of infrastructure, this kind of process, and this kind of energy source belong in our neighborhoods? I think it's very clear for many of us, the answer is no. So I'm hoping that not only will you all sign on to this resolution, but as we work into the fall and are taking to the ballot ourselves, I hope every single one of you will stand up with East Boston, because if any one of our neighborhoods are hurt by Eversource or by a utility company, all of our neighborhoods are hurt. So I'm asking for solidarity for this resolution, but ultimately when this hits the ballot, I hope that we will all stand together and vote. It is non-binding, that is true. We can't undo this, but we go down swinging. And if in anything, we want to be very clear that there's not a mayoral candidate, there's not an at-large candidate, there's not a person elected today in Boston that stands with Eversource and what they've done to my community. So I'm so proud about this resolution, and I'm so incredibly proud of the folks from East Boston who stood up and said, we will go down swinging and we will continue to fight this fight. Thank you so much, Madam President, for allowing me to speak out of turn on this resolution. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
And I assume you're seeking suspension of the rules and adoption of the resolution?
Yes, Madam President, I am.
Okay. Councillor Edwards is seeking suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 0355. Mr. Clerk, since you began this one, I'm going to let you finish, but then we're going to go back to Madam Clerk. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Roll call on docket 0355. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes, in 1 second, Madam President, I believe my connection's been spotty, but I missed 2 votes. I'd like to be a yes on both of those 2 at the appropriate time.
Yes. Mr. Clerk, if you could please amend the report to include affirmative votes for Councilor Arroyo on the previous votes that he missed.
Docket 0349350351.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, when I come back, if you'll look.
All right. All right, Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes. Do we add our names as well, Madam President?
Oh, yes, we should. Let's finish with the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket 0355 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. And we will give colleagues the opportunity to add their name to this docket by a show of physical hands. Mr. Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Mejia, Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Braden, Councilor Wu, Councilor Campbell, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Bach, Councilor Arroyo. Please also add the chair. Did I get everyone who wants to be added? Okay, thank you so much. We will now.
Docket 353 is going to be referred to committee.
Yes, I'm going to just make sure that we read that again, and I'm going to give Madam Clerk a chance to get back in the game here. Madam Clerk, we're on docket 0353. Just let's read it into the record again, please.
Docket 0353, communication was received from Anita Tavares, Chair of the Board of Election, for your approval of citizen petition entitled Petition for Eversource Substation, East Boston.
Yes, and this docket 0353, is being referred to the Committee of Government Operations. Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. We really appreciate you stepping in our time of need here. Madam Clerk, are you all set on your end?
I am.
We can see and we can hear you. Wonderful. We are on docket reports of public officers, docket 0354. Would you please read that into the record?
Certainly. Docket 0354, communication was received from Councilor Kenzie Bach regarding public land and public finance for public good.
Thank you. Docket 0354 will be placed on file. We are moving on in our agenda. Next up is docket 0117.
Docket 0117, the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0117. Message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $125,000 in the form of a grant, for the 2019 Bar Fellowship awarded by the Bar Foundation to be administered by the Mayor's Office, submits a report recommending the order ought to pass.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn, who is chair of the Committee of City and Neighborhood Services. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services held a hearing on February 17th on this docket, which is a $125,000 Bar Foundation grant awarded to the Office of New Urban Mechanics. The hearing was attended by Councilors Braden and Councilor Bach, and panelists included Nigel Jacob and Chris Carter, co-chairs of the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics. Panelists spoke about the work that their office is doing as the office works across departments and communities to explore, experiment, and evaluate new approaches to government and civic life. The office was formed in 2010 as the Mayor's Civic Research and Design team to explore and tackle experiments that cover a range of topics. This includes everything from the future of mobility to city infrastructure to collective well-being, and currently working with various departments on efforts around education, transportation, anti-racism, food insecurity, health, and the effective, responsive deployment of the vaccine. Specifically, this grant would assist this office in their work and would fund leadership in organizational development in this office. I took this opportunity at this hearing to learn more about the Office of Urban Mechanics. We had a robust discussion about what they do. I felt it was timely to educate the public about this department. So I recommend that this order ought to pass, and I hope that we can vote on this today so this office receives this funding. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Councilor Flynn seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0117. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. 0117, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0117 has passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. We will now move on, and the next three dockets I'm going to ask you to read together. That's docket 0173, 0174, and 0175. We'll hear the dockets together, but then we will vote separately. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Docket 0173, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on January 13th, 2021. Docket number 0173. Petition for a special law regarding an act regarding the disability pension for Harry Dean. Submits a report recommending the home rule petition ought to pass in a new draft. Docket number 0174, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021. Docket number 0174, petition for a special law regarding an act regarding the disability pension for Ryan Lenane. Submits a report recommending the home rule petition ought to pass in a new draft. And docket number 0175, Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021. Docket number 0175, petition for a special law regarding an act regarding the disability pension for Terry Cotton. Submits a report recommending the home rule petition ought to pass in the new draft.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of our Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And if it's okay, I'll be speaking about all three in one group, if that's all right. And then I understand we'll probably do separate votes. Okay. These home rule petitions will increase the accidental disability retirement allowance payable to officers named individually in each proposal. Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32, Section 7 governs the accidental disability retirement allowance and currently allows for a yearly amount of pension equal to 72% of the annual rate of their regular compensation. This proposal would increase that to the rate of compensation that the officer would have received had such officer continued service as a police officer, essentially putting them back where they would have been but for their injury. That amounts to a 28% increase, and that 28% comes from the city of Boston. The other 72% comes from the state. The provisions of Chapter 32, Section 91A apply except for the cap on earnings that as long as any income is not earned performing a sworn law enforcement function. This is the original version. The home rule petitions also provide for the surviving spouse as well. Timothy Smith from the Boston Retirement Board and Pam Coker from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau participated in the working session along with Larry Calderon, president of the BPPA, Detective Martin O'Malley. Also participating was Councilors Bach, Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Flynn, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Baker, and I believe
if you look in
Councilor Braden as
in the back, I'll give you
well of the. Sorry, Madam President. I'm going to get back on rhythm. So, as such, there was not only a hearing, but a really great, robust working session, and a lot of questions were asked about the precedent that we're going to be setting, especially as a body when dealing with this kind of retirement, as we're expecting more officers to come to us. Precedent around the cap, which is currently set at $15,000 for any subsequent income they'd like to make, question about whether they should be able to work in law enforcement, and also the standards that we're looking at. And this was, I think, a very good, informative conversation that was necessary. And we wanted to also make sure that we were consistent as future officers come to us. I want to thank Councilor Bach, especially for her suggestion and red line version for this, and Councilor Sabi George for accepting much of those amendments. And so, as such, I'll summarize those amendments that helped us come to consensus. The first issue was around the cap. As it initially was removed, allowing the officer to collect 100% of his or her retirement, but then also being able to earn unlimited amounts of money at a second job. Many of us felt very uncomfortable with that. At the same time, the state law's cap is $15,000. And if you do some basic back of the envelope math, that's less than minimum wage for anyone to get a subsequent job. So that didn't make sense. So what made more sense is that we just simply raise the cap to $100,000, which allows for the person to work a second job up to $100,000. We felt that that was able to allow the person to earn their retirement. And if they were to heal and be able to move on with their life, they, of course, still have to be checked in. They still have to confirm that their disability in order to receive it. None of that goes away. But if they are able to move on with their life, that they will not be capped if they happen to make more than minimum wage as a crossing guard or whatever. So we wanted to make sure they had that leeway. We also wanted to make sure that we put the term firearm related in the home rule petition. This is something that we think we need to look at a greater conversation, that those who are shot on the job shouldn't have to go through this much, that there should be something that is specifically put through in state law. But we want to start that by first recognizing what kind of injury we're talking about. This is not to say that hurting your back or hurting your neck is less painful or that you can work anymore, but there is something about being shot on the job that we wanted to acknowledge. We also wanted to make sure that the language that was basically had been amended in the state laws, but we hadn't checked it on the home rule petitions, that there was no punishment for any spouse that remarried. And so that had been changed at state law, and we need to be consistent with that. And so with those things coming, with those amendments, I believe we've come to a consensus that allows for us to set a precedent, that sets a cap, that doesn't allow for people to go too far, but also acknowledges the service and the injury of these officers. And as a result, I submit this report recommending that these dockets ought to pass in amended form. Dockets 0173, 0174, and 0175 in amended form. They're all basically the same language, but for the name of the individual.
Thank you. You're finished with your report, Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Now it's time for discussion. Before I call upon colleagues, wanted to give the lead sponsor an opportunity if she wanted to weigh in. The chair recognizes Councilor Asabi George, who is the sponsor of these 3 dockets. As I mentioned, we will be taking these dockets individually for vote. But at this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Asabi George.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to Chair of Government Ops, Councilor Edwards, for her leadership and her support and guidance through this. What was a long process, but I think a very thoughtful and constructive process from start to finish. Myself included, a number of us learned some really important elements to this process and to the work that needs to happen when we proceed with these petitions. I'm also grateful to Councilor Bach for her suggestion around the shift to the $100,000 cap, and I'm very grateful for Councilor Flaherty's historical knowledge, institutional knowledge around some of these efforts, and certainly his legal counsel through this process. I am it's sort of conflicted feelings about this. I'm pleased that we are at the finish today and that these 3 dockets are before you. I still feel a great deal of sadness for the 3 officers that we are discussing today, Harry Jean, Terry Cotton, and Ryan Linane, as that they've lost their ability to work in careers that they thoroughly enjoyed. All 3 were shot in the line of duty. All 3 have both physical and emotional scars that they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. So because of their commitment to our city, because of their service to this city, I am grateful that these are before you, and I impress upon all of you to please support these dockets, these 3 dockets as they are presented, and sort of in respect and in honor of these 3 men in particular that are before us today. Again, thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the chair for her work and very diligent efforts in this process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have several questions for the chair of Government Ops on this committee report. Is it better for me to ask them all now through you to the chair of Government Ops, or does it make more sense to go one at a time?
All together would be great.
So my first question on this is, my understanding is that the 72% that they currently make is not taxed either federally or by the state. So it's tax-free 72%, and they're allowed to make up the difference of the 28%, at least in the letter that I got from Larry Calderon, so they can get to the point where their salary is not just the 72% tax-free, but they're also allowed to make up to the money to get up to 100%. And then after that, it's capped at $15,000. So I just want clarification on if that's correct, if I have that correct.
Yep.
The second,
we'll take them one at a time, Councilor.
Okay, that might make more sense.
Yeah, we'll take those one at a time. Councilor Edwards?
So the 72% correct for all retirees. That is the standard. And yes, the 28% difference is what this is allowing them to do.
No, I'm aware of that. It's just my understanding from the letter I received from Larry Calderon was that they're actually allowed to make up to the 28% difference that would get that salary to 100%. In other words, if the salary was 100% of it was 100,000 and they were getting 72,000, they could actually make up $28,000 and not be in violation. If they were working somewhere else, they could get to 100% of what their salary was. Is that accurate?
No, what this allows for is the 72% of their salary, as you mentioned. We'll just use your math, the $72,000. And then this allows for the additional up to the 28% or whatever their 100% is. So it's $100,000, an additional 28% that comes from the city of Boston. The cap at issue that you're discussing is regards to any subsequent income that they make at another job.
So in other words, they get 100% of what their salary is. It's
Correct.
tied to any future salary increases. So they don't get 100% of what it was in, say, 2006. They get 100% of what it is at any given time based on the salary of the contract. Tax-free, no federal, no state. And
Correct.
on top of that, what the state has done is a cap of $15,000 of additional income on top of that income.
That is currently what the statutes are, and what this home rule petition is doing is raising that cap from 15,000 to 100,000.
Do we know, I guess this is a question because I know we were waiting for additional information. Is the spirit of that $15,000 cap the idea that when you get 100% of benefits, which is rare, thank you to Councilor Flaherty for talking about this and talking about the fact that I think we've done 5 of these in the last 20 years, and we now have 3 of them before us. And last year we had 7 before us, but 4 of them hadn't retired yet. And so with these 3 specifically, is the idea from the state, the spirit of that law, that if you're so disabled that we are giving you 100% of your salary for life, and your spouse as a secondary person, when you pass on that money, without taxes, federal or state. So you're not losing 30 to 40% of your salary. You're not taxed on that, so you're getting it in full. That if you're if you're of the designation that we are giving you this, that the belief is that requires a kind of disability where you wouldn't necessarily be able to make more than $15,000. Is that why they created that cap? Do we know what the spirit of that cap was?
I can't speak obviously on behalf of the scriveners of the state law, but I do know when we discussed this particular cap, because it was controversial, Councilor Arroyo, and understandably so because of that particular issue, as you just mentioned. How is it that they get to have both, right, and also be completely disabled, that they can't work in law enforcement again? And so and I completely, it was around and round and round, as you would have, as you know, and I think at the first hearing where you were, and also many concerns. So I appreciate you bringing this up, because I believe other people are as well. But in terms of the spirit that we discussed as a city council, was what's the spirit of making this particular individual officer whole? That was the spirit that we came from, because that's what we're discussing, not necessarily what the state wrote, but what we are going to do or what we can do as the city council. And for us, making that person whole is acknowledging that many officers do make 100% of their, if they're working, they make 100% of their salary. Plus, in some cases, they make more than that in overtime, as we've discussed as well. But just sticking with the salary, but also many of them also have side jobs as well. So this was not uncommon for people to have two forms of income and to be a law enforcement person. So the question was really how whole. The real debate for us in the working session was, what does whole mean? Is this whole or is this a windfall? And I was not comfortable with removing the cap, as some of my colleagues were. But I also went, again, the back of the math being so clear that $15,000, I don't think anyone's really looked at that. If you want to talk about state intentions, $15,000 for any subsequent income didn't make sense. It's not even minimum wage. It didn't even keep up with our minimum wage, literally, which when I did the back of the math, I think it was based off of maybe the $7 minimum wage that we had. So what we felt made sense was allowing for the additional 28%. And again, the tax-free issue is one for the retirees, period. That's not an exception to the rule. And then saying we should, have a cap, but raise it.
Yeah, I think so. For me, you're exactly right that my concern here is it's not the 100%. It's not getting them the 100%. My concern here is we're giving them the 100%, and then we're saying that they should, and this is the precedent, correct me if I'm wrong, this is precedent. We're doing this. It's the first time this has been done. We're saying the cap that the state has at $15,000 in additional money, you can't, now we're going to raise that to $100,000 in additional money. So I know it's $15,000 isn't minimum wage, but they're getting 100% of their salary already. We're talking about additional income. And so the question I have is the precedent that we're setting with this vote that the additional income is going from 15,000 to 100,000?
I believe that that is the precedent that we are setting, that the cap, and I want to be very clear, it's the cap. That doesn't mean that the person's going to walk into a job and make $100,000 from day one. It doesn't mean they're going to be getting a second job at all. From what I could see from the officers, and I think you saw the videotape from some of them, they could barely sit still through the hearing with the amount of emotional trauma that they have been through. So this is not so much as saying, go ahead and make more money. This is saying, if you have healed to a point where you can get a second job, you will not be punished if you make more than $15,000 in that second job.
Now, to be clear, if I remember correctly from the second hearing, if they did get a second job, if they were able to do that, and the money went over the cap, the rule was all they had to do is not accept. So for instance, I think you brought up if they wrote like a national bestseller, right? If they did something like that. If they did that, then they could say, I don't want my benefits for this one single year, receive that income, and they would have no issue with a cap, correct?
They could do two things. They could accept it, and then it could be reduced on their retirement side. So the difference could be reduced on their retirement side from the 100% that we discussed, or they could waive as you just suggested. They could do two things.
So either or, but there are mechanisms. There are mechanisms in place so that if an officer is able to, and then by the way, just to be clear, this is about all service folks, right? So it's not just an officer. It's just we have officers in front of us today. But if somebody,
if I may, Councilor Arroyo, because this is specific to these home rule petitions, and I understand we just discussed a precedent, we may have a different cap or a different conversation. If we have that ability as a body, if it comes to firefighters, if it comes to teachers or somebody else. So I wouldn't want to say immediately that this is absolute. I think this is something that we should, I feel comfortable saying it is about a precedent when it comes to those. That's why we put in specific firearm injuries in this kind of context.
So we're basically picking and choosing. So I just to understand what you're saying, we're going to be able to, on a case-by-case basis, say, you get a $100,000 cap, but we determine you don't get a $100,000 cap. You get a $100,000 cap, but you don't. Is that essentially what we're possibly going to be doing in the future?
That's what we are able to do right now. We're able to do that right now.
Okay.
Before you move on, Councilor Arroyo, to other questions, I see some hands up by colleagues if they wanted to address specifically this question around cap, wanted to give them the opportunity to weigh in. If you could not, that's what you want to jump in on. I will certainly call upon you if you have other comments to make or have other questions yourselves. But if it's around the cap, I want you to jump in now. Otherwise, I want you to hold. So is it regarding the cap? Okay. I'm going to go first to the lead sponsor. Councilor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In the last hearing in particular, we had an extensive conversation regarding the cap and the dollar amount that included a lot of this conversation that we're having today. And I do want to say this conversation around setting a precedent, Councilor Edwards, as chair of the committee, was very deliberate and intentional in making sure that we were having a conversation that could carry over to future petitions, very sort of strictly. Of course, any future petitions of any sort are up to our discretion as a body for certain, but I think that her intention, and Councilor Edwards as chair, please correct me if I'm incorrect, was to be very thoughtful and deliberate in creating something that could be the basis and the foundation for future discussions, something that we did through many hearings. A number of us participated in those hearings. We're very deliberate and specific in those conversations and in that deliberation to get us to the point where we are today, and with recommendation of passage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to to say, I mean, I had many of the same concerns that Councilor Arroyo is articulating. And I think that one of the challenges that we discussed in the hearing was, you know, and I think we want to not get too deep into the specific officers, but, you know, one of the things that we heard in the original hearing, we're dealing in these cases, and I think we would be likely to be dealing in firearm related cases, you know, if it were to come up in the future. But in these cases, we know that the officers are experiencing a tremendous amount of PTSD, something that our systems haven't, you know, historically acknowledged in the way that we're trying to acknowledge it as a serious injury now. And so part of the challenge is that for somebody working through that and trying to sort of move on with their life, getting a different kind of job, something that's like sets you into a completely different pattern, can actually be a really important part of healing. But it's sort of strange and hard, I think, for a lot of people to sign up for a different kind of job where most of the income they'd be earning doesn't count for anything because of the way that the thing is structured. So that was one of the sort of like hard aspects of this that we were wrestling with, is how to create that space. Several of these officers are distressingly young. And so how do you create the space for them to move on in that way, and you know, get an entry-level job in something else if in moving away from law enforcement that creates that path without, as Councilor Edwards referenced, and I think as you're concerned about, kind of creating a windfall situation. So that was really what the committee was wrestling with. And to me, having the precedent of having a cap and also the being specific about the firearm related piece. And I say that because I think that, you know, firearms in our society are a scourge, right? They're a scourge on our neighborhoods. And they also leave us with broken, you know, police officers in cases where there's been a firearm involved incident. And I would like us to solve that on a broader policy level. But I do think there's something different and significant about just kind of the fact that the fact that we send people on behalf of the city into this firearm sort of drenched context of our society. And I think we really have to worry about that, and we do on the civilian and neighborhood side too. But I think it's a piece of what we heard in the original hearing from the officers themselves. So I just wanted to say that, like, I think it's complicated because it's a whole bunch of difficult policy issues. And then it's also these like real folks. And I definitely gone back and forth on kind of the different aspects of it. And I do think that where Councilor Edwards' report has ended up is a kind of reasonable compromise for this council to take. And I think also it reflects a lot of those conflicted concerns. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be very brief. Just want to highlight the role of the chair in having a robust discussion about this critical issue. Very professional and very well done. I had the opportunity also to meet with the 3 Boston police officers who were shot. And as Councilor Bach highlighted, they will be dealing with PTSD related issues the rest of their life, as will their families. Let me say that again, as will their families. So we put our Boston police officers in harm's way. You know, we have to also make sure that when there are incidents like this, that we have their back and we are respectful to them and their families as well. So again, just want to highlight the good discussion chaired by Councilor Edwards and by Councilor Asabi George and our colleagues as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Again, these are specific to the cap. General comments people can save for later. You will have your chance to get in, but I know this was in reference to the question.
Well, I am going to talk about the cap, and someone just talked for like 5 minutes not about the cap, so I'm going to talk about the cap. I think that we should be talking about precedent here, because this is a precedent I think we should change, because I've known people that have retired out of the city disabled and only gotten like 30 grand. And then we tell them as the government that they can only earn $15,000 on top of that. I think the cap is wrong. First of all, if someone has a wherewithal to be able to retrain themselves, because more than likely they're not going back into, I mean, we're talking about law enforcement here, but there's laborers that have retired out at 72% and only made $30,000 in their retirement. And then the city state tells them they can only make an additional $15,000. So we're keeping people in a box of, you know, if you go down to the lower paid workers, we're keeping people in a box of poverty when they go out and they're retired at 72%. I've seen it happen. So I think we should be talking about this cap here, and it should be precedent setting, and we should maybe not remove it altogether, but $100,000, if someone has the wherewithal to go out and earn $100,000, who are we to say, no, you can't because of whatever reason, because we're the government and we can. So just a couple of thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo, did you have other questions? And Sally, we will get to whatever comments.
We're spending a lot of time on this. Can we go to vote? He's not going to vote for it. Let's just take a vote on it.
Councilor O'Malley, we're going to come back to you when you have, if you have other thoughts or comments, but I do want to make sure that the questions get answered that you have, Councilor Arroyo.
Yeah, if I wasn't cut off there by the counselor, I would have been saying that I don't actually have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there other discussion? I'm going to go to Councilor O'Malley first. I saw he had his hand up, but if there are others who want to get in, please let me know. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Just very briefly, Madam President, thank you. I just wanted to note that I will be voting in affirmative on these three dockets. I wanted to acknowledge the leadership of the at-large council from Dorchester, as well as the chair of the district council for East Boston, either participated in the hearing or reviewed all of the testimony that was given. This is obviously something that wasn't rushed through. This was a very slow and deliberate pace, as it should have been, to talk about these important issues. But as the council from Beacon Hill said, you know, the trauma that these men are dealing with on an everyday level, for incredibly dangerous and life-threatening injuries that they received while working as public servants warrants this, I think, thoughtful and strong compromise as it relates to these three dockets, and I will be voting in support of all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the matter? Anyone else want to chime in or have other questions?
Just confirming, Madam President, this is Councilor Edwards. Just confirming to everyone that what I'm asking for is that the dockets be passed in the amended drafts. Just so, because I know some people are saying I support, I don't. The amended drafts have the $100,000 cap in that. And I just wanted people to understand that if they're for or against the cap, they need to understand what I'm asking for. And that's all, Madam President.
All right. And so to just clarify, if I hear you correctly, there is a cap. The cap has been lifted and a new cap is in place.
Correct, Madam President.
In the amended draft. Thank you for that clarifying point. If there are no other comments or questions or discussion, we will go and vote on these dockets. We will take the dockets one at a time. Madam Clerk, we will start with docket 0173. Madam Clerk, you are on mute.
I'm very sorry about that. Yeah. Becky Day, I guess. Docket 0173, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to use my comments here. These aren't questions. For me, this is something I take very seriously. My grandfather was injured on the job as a police officer, was actually thrown off a balcony, 3 floors, and had a catastrophic back injury and didn't receive the benefits that he should have received. So I take this incredibly seriously. And I would have been voting yes on this if we had left the cap where the cap is. And so I want to be entirely clear about what my issue is here with this. The reality is, whereas I don't disagree that capping somebody at 72%, where the argument there with the 72% is actually, and this is something we didn't cover, when you're at the 72%, you're actually there at the salary you made that year. So in other words, you're making you're never, there's no inflation, there's nothing. You just make what you made in 2006, 2005, whatever that is. And I think that capping that is a problem, and I think we should look at that. But what we're talking about is taking care of that and bringing them to 100% of their salary, tied into all future raises.
Point of order, Madam President. This is a roll call vote.
Exactly, a roll call vote.
And so I just want to be clear about where my votes are coming from. And so for me, it's a no.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo, no. And once roll call begins, there can be no discussion, just according to council rules, just so everyone is clear. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Arroyo, no. Councilor Baker.
I believe I've been being muted, and I'd like to know if that was the truth. Have I been muted?
No.
Councilor Baker, we are doing a roll call vote.
Oh, wow, we're gonna play by the rules now. Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
No.
Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu. And Councilor Janey, you did vote voice, yes?
Yes.
I thought so, but I just wanted to be sure. Madam President, docket number 0173 has received 11 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative. Should I go on to docket 0174? Yes. Docket 0174, Councilor Arroyo.
No.
Councilor Arroyo, no. Councilor Baker.
That was quick. Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards.
It looks like she's frozen, if we can come back to her.
Today's tricky day. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
No.
Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes.
I apologize. I somehow got kicked off. I am here. I was going to say I'm not a cat, but it's not appropriate. We got to laugh a little bit.
We needed that humor. That's correct. Yeah, Councilor Edwards, yes. Madam President, docket number 0174 has received 11 votes in the positive, 11 votes in the affirmative, and 2 votes in the negative. Docket number 0175, Councilor Arroyo.
No.
Councilor Arroyo, no. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
No.
Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor, here we go again. No. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0175 received 11 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to the next set of dockets. I'm going to ask if you could read a bunch of dockets together. So that's 0116, 0118, 0119, 0120, 0121, 0124, 0191, and 0193.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0116, Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0116. Message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $1,801,403.06 in the form of a grant for the FY21 Senator Charles E. Shannon Jr. Community Safety Initiative, awarded by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, to be administered by the Boston Police Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. Docket number 0118, Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021. Docket number 0118, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $123,306 in the form of a grant for the FY20 Reducing Injury and Death of Missing Individuals with Dementia and Developmental Abilities Program, awarded by the United States Department of Justice, to be administered by the Police Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. The Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which, docket number 0119, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0119, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $114,737 in the form of a grant for the FY21 2019 Port Security Grant Program, awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to be administered by the Fire Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. Docket number 0120, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0120, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $71,335,000 in the form of a grant for the federal FY 2020 Emergency Management Performance Grant, awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, passed to the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency, to be administered by the Mayor's Office in the Emergency Management. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. Docket number 0121, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0121, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $40,000 in the form of a grant for the FFY 2021 Municipal Road Safety Program, awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, passed to the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, to be administered by the Boston Police Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass and an amendment ought to pass. Docket number 0124, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which is referred on January 13th, 2021, docket number 0124, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $10,000 in the form of a grant for the Simone Foundation donation, awarded by Frank R. and Elizabeth Simone Foundation, Inc., to be administered by the Police Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. Docket number 0191, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 27, 2021, docket number 0191, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $13,520,000 in the form of a grant for the federal FY20 Urban Area Security Initiative, awarded by the United States Department of Homeland Security, asked through the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, to be administered by the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass. Docket number 0193, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, to which was referred on January 27th, 2021, docket number 0193, message and order authorizing the City of Boston, to accept and expend an amount of $370,457 in the form of a grant for the FY20 Burn Justice Assistance Local Allocation, awarded by the United States Department of Justice, to be administered by the Police Department. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. At this time, the chair recognizes Councillor Campbell, who is the chair of our Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I ask for a little bit of indulgence as there are a lot of dockets. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading all of those into the record. Appreciate it. All of these dockets were sponsored by Mayor Walsh and referred to the committee on January 13th, 2021 of this year, and docket 0191 and 0193 referred on January 27th. Sorry, I said all. So some were January 13th, some were January 27th. A public hearing on all of these dockets were held on Thursday, February 18th. We had several folks from the administration come and testify. Kathleen Judge from the fire department. We had the chief of Office of Emergency Management, Shamoon Bedford. We had Maria Cheevers, who runs who is the director of research and development for the police department. We had Jenna Savage, who is the deputy director of that same department. Damon Mills, who runs the department's Charles Shannon CSI project manager and serves in that role. And then lastly, we had the Chief of Investigative Services, Superintendent Paul Donovan, all come and testify. I want to thank Councilors Flynn and Councilor Flaherty for attending the hearing. I had the department and IGR send a whole host of information to all council colleagues on these dockets. Many of the breakdowns and other information that was referenced, of course, at the hearing, share with all council colleagues after the hearing. First, docket 0116, it is the Shannon grant, and it's administered by the police department. And Damon testified that this is the 15th year of operation under the Shannon grant and the 15th year that the city has been receiving these funds in order to respond to a whole host of issues with respect to violence. And the strategy has always been at reducing gun, gang, and youth violence in the city of Boston by providing services and interventions to at-risk and gang-affiliated youth. Many organizations receive this funding, and that list was also sent to council colleagues, the specific organizations. Damon also explained that the city uses the grant to build successful collaboration with a whole host of organizations. The city, of course, community-based organizations, faith organizations, social service organizations, and other law enforcement partnerships. In 2015, the department introduced a competitive RFP process through which organizations could apply for the grant. And this RFP is now an annual part of the grant cycle, and it occurs in August. They typically receive between 50 or 60 applications. Of course, they cannot award all of them. He also shared data around the reduction, whether it is in homicides, aggravated assaults, or other violent crimes based on the work of these organizations. The next docket is docket 0118. This grant specifically is to help reduce injury and death of missing individuals who have dementia and developmental disabilities. Jenna Savage explained that this grant funds a partnership with Safety Net, which provides tracking devices for people who have dementia or developmental disabilities. The funding allows the police department to provide a lifetime service of tracking for 215 individuals and 40 bracelets for folks. This has been a request that the department, I think, gets from many individuals. They plan to work in partnership with Commissioner McCosh and other city departments to make sure that these are given out. The bracelets are given out on a first come, first served basis. And so folks on the council are specifically interested in this, please do connect with Jenna Savage. And I want to thank Councilor Flynn for his added input with respect to certain partners that Jenna and the department should be connecting with respect to this docket. Docket 0119 is the grant for the Port Security Program. It's administered by the fire department. And Kathleen Judge testified that it supports increased port-wide risk management and protects critical surface transportation infrastructure. The funding will be used for a marine radiation system that's mounted on the fire department's largest marine vessel. And it helps patrol and protect, of course, the harbor from radiation or other particular nuclear threats. She explained that there was some delay in the manufacturing of this system due to the pandemic, but of course, they always are looking forward to receiving these critical resources. Docket 0120 is a grant to be administered by the Emergency Management department. It funds increased ability to effectively provide prompt and accurate public service information in alerts. Chief Bedford explained that this is a pass-through grant that provides flexibility for OEM to respond and provide services on behalf of constituents as they support the public safety agencies, all of them. He also noted that this grant is historically and perpetually funded, and that the grant is primarily used for vehicles and gear, especially in the midst of pandemic. Especially in the midst of the pandemic, it's used for more of the gear purposes than in the previous years. Docket 0121 is a grant for municipal road safety, our municipal road safety program. It's also administered by the police department. It funds high visibility traffic enforcement, including but not limited to speeding and aggressive driving, distracted driving, impaired driving, and occupant protection. Maria Cheevers testified that this grant, much of it will be used for the actual devices and the speed guns that the department needs and has been requesting, actually, I think, for some time. And so they actually were looking forward to receiving these dollars specifically for traffic enforcement measures and work. And lastly, I think actually we have two more. Let me just make sure I have my numbers right. So Maria testified on docket 0121. 0124 is a donation from the Simone Foundation, relatively small amount. It supports the work of the police department's homicide unit. And Superintendent Donovan explained that the donation would be used to advance the mission, of course, of the homicide unit, specialized training. He also brought up the importance, of course, of working on unsolved homicides and supporting the work of that specific squad, including new genetic genealogy testing, which is critically important to their work. And so they were excited, of course, to receive this amount and look forward to using it in the department for these purposes. Docket 0191 is a grant for the Urban Area Security Initiative to be administered by OEM. The grant will fund continued support for planning exercises, training, and operations to build regional capacity. Boston works with neighboring regions on this to prevent, respond, and recover from threats or acts of terrorism, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, or explosive incidents. There was a long testimony from Chief Bedford about this grant, which has been received for over 20 years. And it provides OEM with most of the resources. They actually only get a small percentage from the city of Boston's operating budget to do their work. And the city's primary public safety disciplines, of course, include making sure that we are always ready for any potential security threats. This fund, of course, is granted to help Boston lead the way in working with the region, which includes working with Brookline, Cambridge, Chelsea, Everett, Quincy, Revere, Somerville, and Winthrop. And the city of Boston serves as the administrative support and the fiduciary for these funds. Docket 0193 is a grant from the Burn Justice Assistance Grant Local Allocation. It is administered also by the police department. It is used to fund domestic violence management analysis for the Family Justice Center, which is critically important. Also a hub coordinator and a technology coordinator for various data collections. Specifically on this grant, there was much advocacy done, including with my office and the committee, around how we expand the hub models that exist in East Boston and Jamaica Plain into other parts of the city. And the hub model involves having a whole group of stakeholders, not just law enforcement, but community-based organizations, other state agencies, residents as well, sitting at a round table and reviewing cases and looking at patterns to try to, of course, reduce incidents of violence, substance abuse, homelessness, or any other type of case that police officers have to deal with in a community. It's a proven model of success that started in Chelsea, obviously exists in the city of Boston currently. And so there was much work to try to expand that model to other parts of the city of Boston. And one way to do that was to actually have a coordinator who would be able to do that. And so there was extensive testimony on that. As chair of the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, I'm seeking that these dockets be, of course, removed from the committee to the full council, and I'm recommending that all dockets ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my council colleagues for the indulgence.
Thank you so much, Councillor Campbell, for those reports. We're going to take these votes separately, Madam Clerk, and you're still on mute. So as we've heard, Councillor Campbell seeks acceptance of all of the committee reports. We will take them individually. And Madam Clerk, I'm just going to ask you to just keep.
Certainly.
Docket 0116, please.
Terrific. Thank you. Docket 0116, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards. Yeah, yes. Yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0116 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 0118, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell.
Yes. I was on mute. Sorry about that.
No, I tried to do it. I know. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0118 has received a unanimous vote. Docket 0119, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0119 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 0120, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0120 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 0121, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0121 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 0124, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Sabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Sabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Thank you. Madam President, docket number 0124 has received a unanimous vote. Docket number 0191, Counselor Arroyo.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
That's okay. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Sabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Sabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0191 has passed unanimously. Docket number 0193, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Sabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Sabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0193 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will now move on to matters recently heard for possible action. There's one docket in this section, docket 0170. Could you please read that into the record?
Certainly. Docket 0170, order for hearing regarding the governance structure of the Boston School Committee.
Thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
So, Madam President, if I could just interject, that was a misprint in the agenda for today. Docket 0170 is actually a hearing on the Boston Student Advisory Council.
Oh, and this is just a hearing order that is in the Ed Committee? And
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, thank you so much.
So what we believe happened is 0170. I think what we believe happened is that is an old docket number for the school committee governance structure. So perhaps it was just copied and pasted from an outdated something or other.
So a typo in this docket. Okay, so we're not calling upon you, Councilor Edwards, who's chair of GovOps, since this is not an ordinance or home rule petition, but we'll hear from the chair of education, which is Councilor Sabi George. You have the floor.
So, Madam President, I don't know if you would like the clerk to read the correct docket into the record?
This is the document that we have in the record, so just give her a moment to.
Yeah, no worries.
So it's in education.
Yep. And that is the correct docket number, the incorrect title.
Okay. So it's the correct docket number, 01. Oh, here it is. In the Committee on Education, docket 0170, sponsored by Councillor Sabi George, an order for hearing regarding the work of the Boston Student Advisory Council in the policy agenda. It was filed on January 13th, 2021, to a hearing on 2/23/21. I don't know who sent that to us. Yeah, sorry.
No worries, Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. Councilor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Yeah, no worries. Again, thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, we had an excellent hearing learning from the students of the Boston Student Advisory Council and their policy agenda for the year. I'd like to thank Councilors Braden, Campbell, Mejia, Arroyo, Flaherty, Flynn, and Bach for attending this hearing. BSAC has 3 key policy areas: student rights and vote, school climate, culture and improvement, and environmental justice. Under the student rights and vote, BSAC is working on several efforts to advance exam school reform, bathroom equity, and ensuring the student member of the school committee the right to vote and to be equally compensated as the other members of the Boston School Committee are. As you know, earlier this year, I filed a home rule petition to do just that, and we're looking forward to working with Councillor Edwards' office to hold this hearing in March. I strongly encourage everyone to watch this robust hearing and the question and answer section. We also covered efforts to improve communication and engagement with students and families across the district, the importance of ethnic studies, restorative justice practices with student resource officers, reducing language barriers across the district, and normalizing multilingual practices, mental health resources, school budgets, budget literacy, and information justice. As you can see, it was a robust presentation by the students in a hearing. I deeply hope that it becomes a council tradition to hold a BSAC policy agenda hearing annually. As many of you know, my years in high school in Boston, I was a member of the Boston Student Advisory Council, and they really do amazing work. And so grateful for their presentation to us yesterday.
And you
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And you recommend that this stay in committee, I assume?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Docket 0170 will remain in the Committee of Education. If you recall, the first docket under motions, orders, and resolutions, we have already adopted that. That was a resolution from Councillor Edwards. So we will move on to docket 0356. Madam Clerk, could you please read it into the record?
Certainly. Docket 0356, Councilor Mejia offered the following order for hearing on community voice impact advisory groups.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In every agency, in every department in the city of Boston, we have a responsibility to ensure that the people play an active and critical role in decision-making. People aren't obstacles to the work. They're the ones who should be collaborating with to get the work done. When Mayor Menino signed the executive order establishing impact advisory groups back in 2000, the intention was to collaborate with people on large development projects. 21 years down the line, however, we found that we need to shine a light on the IAG process and figure out how civic voice is actually being used. We've heard directly from constituents who have reported that IAGs have not been representative of their neighborhood, that nominees have not made their way into the panel, and that the entire process feels fake, like their concerns are not being taken serious. Our office has partnered closely with several constituents on this issue to make sure that the community voice is prioritized from the ground up. One constituent, Jenna, told our office it's crucial that we take meaningful steps to ensure diversity that truly reflects our communities on IAGs and break down the barriers to participation for those who are most impacted by new development. That is the work that is ahead of us. And I look forward to this hearing and finding meaningful ways that we can all do a better job of bringing the people into our work. So really just wanted to also thank my Director of Policy, Jacob DeGocourt, for his hard work on this issue, and also want to bring to light that even when, as a counselor, when I would get emails about recommendations in terms of who I want to nominate, even that whole process seems to be a little bit, I think we could do a better job at communicating the amount of time we're asking people to participate in, and also if we're really serious about maybe removing barriers, that I think that we also need to be super mindful of resources and making sure that translation and interpretation are not a barrier to engagement and childcare, all that stuff. So we have a lot of work to do on this to ensure that everybody is heard. So looking forward to the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Not seeing any other discussion, a show of physical hands. Councilor Braden, did you want to speak to that? Or is that?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a few moments to speak to this issue. Our office has also received feedback and concerns from community members regarding the composition of IAGs and the Article 80 project review process. It is really important that we ensure that the IAGs are composed of community members who represent the interests of the neighbourhood and neighbourhood residents at large. Sadly, an IAG is a very select group of people. It's sometimes 6 or 8, up to maybe 10, maybe a big project, 15 people. We have made concerted efforts to do outreach to try and identify IAG members in the immediate area, and it is a challenge because very often IAG meetings are held at a time when family, if you're taking care of children or have family commitments, it's very difficult to participate. So even when individuals may be motivated and want to participate in that process, it's very difficult to get times at work, and very often they decline the invitation. The IAG composition has been a point of contention, particularly in the large-scale Article 80 development process. Community members and advocates, neighbourhood civic associations, residential abutters, and our district representatives should have an equal, equitable, and meaningful access to the nomination and selection process of IAG members. Very often, we don't know who the IAG members are until the first meeting. Even as elected officials, we don't know who the IAG members are until the beginning of the first meeting. I also feel the other part of that is very important to raise up is the community voice is not just about IAG members. The community needs to be fully represented. And it's vitally important that members of the public who attend IAG meetings and also public meetings are able to fully participate in the discussion and have their views heard in the context of a project review process. We are seeing particular challenges in the context of COVID, where in some cases, IAG members don't know who else is in the room. Community members who attend the meetings do not know who else is in the room. If it was a public meeting, you could stand and you could look around and you could hear your neighbors. You could talk to your neighbors. You could share your concerns with your neighbors. And in these meetings in the context of COVID on Zoom, it's really, really difficult to get a full sense of the community feeling, the spirit of the meeting, so to speak. To really hear from the neighbours, to hear from the IAG members. And I really feel that I welcome this discussion. I look forward to participating in it to try and improve the IAG process. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Councillor Braden. You want to add your name, I assume?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, please.
Yes, and a show of physical hands for others who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Flynn, Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Wu, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Bach. Did I get everyone who would like to add their name? Please also add the chair. Docket 0356 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. We'll move on to docket 0357, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, you're on mute. No worries.
Sorry, I think I'm going to stop muting it because I can never remember that it's muted.
No worries.
Thank you.
Usually it's me.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0357, Councilor Wu offered the following order for hearing regarding worker cooperatives.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Wu. Councilor Wu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to make, I think, two motions in quick succession. One to move to, let's see, I will start with Rule 15 to be able to add as original co-sponsors Councilor Lydia Edwards and Councilor Andrea Campbell, and then therefore move to substitute the language with a revised version that could be sent with those sponsor names on top.
And that's Campbell and Edwards? Councilor?
Yep, Edwards and Campbell.
Thank you. Rule 12.
Sorry, 12.
Oh, not 15, yep. And so for the substitute language, is that getting into our inboxes, Councilor Wu?
Yes, I believe that has been sent, but again, it's just adding those names at the top.
Okay, fine, yeah, okay, great.
Just a sec, you don't have to substitute if you're just adding the names. Excuse me, it's Christine.
Hi, Christine, how are you?
I'm good. You do not need to substitute if you're just adding names. You just need to suspend the rule to add the names and then have your office give it to us on central staff and we'll forward it to the clerk. The only time you need to substitute is if you're making a substantive change in the docket.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much. So I think we have it all sorted out. We have the version. It will get to everyone at some point, and we are set with all three of us on there as co-sponsors. So just to quickly summarize, worker-owned cooperatives or worker co-ops are businesses owned and managed democratically by their employees. The employees are sharing directly in the decision-making and profits, and employee stock ownership plans can also allow employees to become owners in the stock of the company they work for. Worker co-ops build wealth, community, and worker power. In other words, expanding worker co-ops is an urgent investment in racial and economic justice, particularly in a city with a massive racial wealth gap like Boston. Business ownership is a primary tool for closing these gaps, and through this mechanism, we are able to ensure that business ownership is extended to residents of color and low-income residents who are disproportionately excluded, systemically excluded from these opportunities. Worker co-ops are also more resilient during economic downturns, with the research showing that there's a lower likelihood of laying off workers or declaring bankruptcy. And so this is also the time to lean in and ensure that through our economic recovery from COVID-19, we can provide stable employment opportunities to residents, including in those sectors that have been hardest hit during the pandemic, those that offer lower wages and fewer workplace benefits and unpredictable scheduling. We want to make sure that we are stabilizing and creating every city investment in worker co-ops for food service, domestic work, early education, and childcare. Boston has a great deal of expertise on this front through local organizations like the Center for Cooperative Democracy and Solidarity, the Local Enterprise Assistance Fund, who have years of experience. Shout out to our colleague on the council who will be speaking next, who has spent a significant amount of legal expertise and services in working with those in our city who are trying to set up these worker co-ops. And we want to make sure that the city of Boston is doing our part too. The Worker Cooperative Initiative at Boston's Economic Mobility Lab in City Hall was created in late 2017 to support Boston's cooperative businesses, and they've provided one-time grants to new co-ops for technical assistance and other support to get off the ground. But co-ops still face barriers to traditional financing opportunities, particularly during this current economic downturn. And so we're looking to start the conversation or continue the conversation in codifying and exploring what more the city can do to support existing cooperative businesses and traditional businesses seeking co-op conversion, including by providing grants, loans, and technical assistance, and building a preference for worker co-ops into city procurement and licensing processes to reward businesses that empower workers and, again, build wealth in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilor Wu, for including me in this wonderful conversation. As you stated, I have done a great deal of legal research. I got my tax law degree, my master's in tax, specifically focusing on cooperatives and developing them to make sure that people of color and immigrants actually had access to owning their own businesses in a creative way. The fact is, we, in many cases, many Black businesses and many businesses owned by the Latinx community, after generational ownership, often have a problem with who they will transfer the business to. And so there's actually a movement, part of the Silver Tsunami and retirement, and trying to save local Black businesses to actually teach and learn and provide capital investment in co-op conversions. To put it frank, there's a huge tax windfall if you sell your business to your workers. And a lot of people, small businesses, don't know that. And that would actually help a lot of our neighborhood businesses stay alive, is if you could keep your workers there, they could become part owner. And in some cases, because of their long-term loyalty to their former employer, they hire them as the manager, but they own the business. It's incredibly exciting, actually, a huge economy that could be growing and should be growing actually now, but we aren't really investing in them as a city. Not only does it help people who are trying to leave their business, but maybe their kids don't want it, it also helps people start a business. I happen to be one of the customers of the Boston Cleaning Collective, which is a cooperative owned by mixed status immigrant women who clean houses in East Boston. They together collectively came to own that business to make sure that they could work and provide for their families. It's one of the cooperatives that I helped train with CCDS when we did training in Spanish, specifically on how funding runs through cooperatives and allowing people to set up their small businesses. CCDS graduates, that's Center for Cooperative Democracy and Solidarity in East Boston, graduate classes of cooperatives, people starting banks together, people starting restaurants together, people starting cleaning cooperatives together. It is an incredible thing to see people come together to say we can grow together and be in the spirit of Ujima, which is another incubator for cooperatives. So ultimately, the goal should be to figure out how every single part of it is supporting worker cooperatives, either the transition from one owner to those workers or when they come together and own a business. It's a when it comes to
Councillor Edwards, I'm so sorry. Can you hear us? You're breaking up here at the end. I think we've lost her.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Your connection.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, your connection is very choppy.
I apologize. I will quickly summarize by simply saying that they are one of the most stable entities, and we found in all recessions that cooperatives are able to withstand the recession, in that unlike traditional businesses where investors fire the workers to save money, in many cases, because the workers own the business, they collectively decide on a pay cut to save the business and assure that everyone keeps their job. That's what worker cooperatives do. They value the workers. I just want to highlight a couple again: CCDS, the Boston Cleaning Cooperative, Democracy Brewing, and several others throughout. Ujima, as I mentioned before, as cooperatives that are growing the economy here in Boston. And I look forward to figuring out ways to make sure that we can continue to help them grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councillor Wu, for the partnership, as well as Councillor Edwards, and both of you for your work on this critical issue. And it's coming up more frequently in the midst of the pandemic for all the reasons that my council colleagues have already expressed. And also given the work that folks are doing in Jackson and other cities across the country, in New York, there's actually some assistance right now that the city of New York is given to businesses who are not doing well in the pandemic, helping them turn it into a co-op. And so some of the creative technical assistance we're seeing in other cities, of course, we could be doing in the city of Boston. This is a proven model to help close racial wealth gaps. And it is working well, and there are great examples in California and in other states across the country. The city of Boston at some point did receive some resources from the National League of Cities to do some work here. There are many organizations and residents in the city of Boston involved with this. Then I think the conversations didn't necessarily turn into anything of action. So I'm really excited for this hearing to get updates from the administration on some of the past work, but also where we can take it from here, and really grateful for the partnership with Councilor Wu and Councilor Edwards. So thank you both so much. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any other discussion, a show of physical hands for those who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Flynn, Councilor Sarby George, Councilor Braden, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Bach, Councilor Mejia. Did I get everyone who would like to add their name? Please also add the chair. Docket 0357 will be referred to the Committee of Post Audit and Oversight. We'll move on to docket 0358.
Docket 0358, Councilor Campbell offered the following order for hearing regarding summer learning opportunities and summer planning for the 2021-2022 school year for Boston Public School.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Clerk. It's been almost a full year, of course, since most Boston Public Schools were learning in their classrooms. And we know the vast majority of students have suffered academically, socially, and emotionally during this time, with students with special needs and our English learners facing the most pronounced learning losses. And as we get more reports, we definitely are seeing that there will be an incredible academic loss. And of course, this isn't just having an effect on our students, it's also having an effect on our teachers, our school leaders, and staff as well. We must do everything in our power, of course, to ensure that schools can reopen safely this year so that every family has the option to send their students back in person. But we also have to make sure that we are helping our students make up for this lost time in the classroom. Summer learning, or as some refer to as the fifth quarter, always has served students who need supplemental instruction and support. And so the question is, how do we use this time this summer to expand such programming to get students what they need? Academic instruction and tutoring, meals, safe and structured physical activities, and other opportunities to safely engage with their peers. All of these options should be explored. The summer months are also an opportunity for us to offer our school leaders, teachers, and staff the time to prepare for the next year. And as we, of course, look to come out of this pandemic, it's going to be critically important that we use the summer months to allow for great planning for the fall, but also to create the space for our teachers, school leaders, and staff at the district level as well to be able to plan for the future. The proposed FY 2022 BPS budget calls for $4.5 million in tutoring, vacation, summer programming, but the specifics, of course, of those investments remain unclear, so we still have to figure out what the district's intentions are there. I know from talking to educators and families that many did not feel that the district used the summer last year as an opportunity to adequately prepare for the year ahead. And so this is an opportunity to do something different this summer. So I'm looking forward to holding a hearing really quickly to begin to, of course, make sure that every student and family has access to whether it's tutoring, academic supports, or other opportunities for their young people over the summer, but also to plan ahead to use those summer months to plan for the fall. So I look forward to engaging, of course, each and every one of my council colleagues, students, educators, families, and community organizations that work with our schools and our families as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to commend the maker of this hearing and add my name and support. And I also just want to note that this whole idea of the learning loss, we already know that most of our students were already behind before COVID. And as a result of COVID, we have seen those discrepancies bubble up. And I think now more than ever, we need to be hyper focused on making sure that our kids, we can close that gap. I'll just speak from my own personal experience. I got an email from the district because my own daughter is falling behind, and now they're gonna offer her this program where she can accelerate her learning. But that's not the case for, I'm not sure how she ended up getting selected, and I just worry about that selection process and so many other parents who may not have access to that information. And so having this hearing, really thinking about the loss, especially those students who have already experienced significant loss to begin with, I think I just wanted to just go on record in full support of this hearing and looking forward to hearing from the district about what their plans are for the summer and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Bach. Councillor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief because I know we have a long agenda. I just want to also thank Councillor Campbell for filing this and say that, in my office, we've been working closely with particularly students at the Tobin Elementary and Middle School in my district. And we've really been seeing, especially when it comes to, our English language learners, our families with special needs, our families, we've got a lot of homeless students at the Tobin. We're really seeing a lot of challenges and a lot of issues with the internet and distractions in households. So I think this is really something that we haven't really even begun to put our arms around what the impact is. And I think it's something that needs a lot of attention from us. And I also think it's something where we really need to be focusing on our community-based organizations that already do this work every summer to sort of be part of this conversation and think about how we scale up some of the people who we know have a track record of working with our students, who have our students' trust and can be part of the solution here. So excited about this conversation, and also excited about pairing it with the conversation about the sort of special federal funds that have come to the district to help deal with exactly this challenge, because I think we do have a significant pot of money there, and something we discussed in our Ways and Means hearing a couple of weeks ago is that that's something that the council does need to have budget oversight over. So looking forward to the conversation, and thanks to the maker, and please add my name.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Sabi George. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and please add my name to this hearing order. I think it's certainly an important issue and one that is an important one for us to discuss. We do have, and through the chair to the maker, we do have a number of hearings scheduled in the coming weeks around education, and in particular around the reopening plan. So perhaps we could work in cooperation to see if we can grab, if not the full hearing order, pieces of this for that session. I do think it's incredibly important and something that we must move with certain urgency. I would also note that the district is working on their retention plan, which involves, at least from my perspective, should involve, I suppose I should say, some hope in the district looking towards a direction that discusses summer and extended school year opportunities for our youth, as there's been a tremendous amount of additional learning loss, to Councilor Mejia's point about the loss that exists under normal circumstances, never mind during this unfortunate period of time. So please add my name. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the maker for this hearing order.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other Zoom hands, hearing no other discussion, a show of physical hands for those who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Flynn. You already have Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Braden, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Wu, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Mejia, and I believe you already have Councilor Bach. Please also add the chair. Did I get everyone who wants to add their name? Thank you. Docket 0358 will be referred to the Committee of Education. We'll move on to docket 0359.
Docket 0359, Councilor Campbell offered the following order for hearing regarding the status of universal pre-K given the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, as I switch to my other desk. So this hearing, looking forward to this hearing as well. We already know that early education, of course, and childcare are absolutely essential to setting up our young people for success, not only in school, but also their careers. And it's also essential, of course, to our families and to our economy. If folks didn't know it before and needed another report, well, it was, early ed has been a topic of discussion for generations, not just in the context of child development, but also in the economy. But I think more and more folks in the midst of COVID are seeing just how critically important it is to have affordable and accessible childcare and early ed in the city of Boston. Just yesterday, there was a story in the Globe about how the city had failed to deliver on the promise of delivering universal pre-K for 4-year-olds, only increasing access from 40% to 50% of 4-year-olds with the seat since 2014. And so clearly there's much more work to be done. We have not created, I think, the necessary infrastructure to assist our diverse families in navigating all of the available options and systems that are available to them currently to provide a pre-K experience. We have not defined pre-K correctly. Universal pre-K is birth to 5 years old. It's as simple as that. And there is a way for the city of Boston to lead in making sure that every single family has access to programming for their child from birth to 5 years old. And so at this hearing, really looking forward to not just an update on the city's pre-K investment and the expansion of seats for our 4-year-olds, but also opportunities to expand access to high quality pre-K seats, how we make it more affordable, how we redefine it to be birth to 5 years old and truly create universal pre-K, and how the city leads in creating a comprehensive plan on actually being able to do that and to deliver that for our families, especially during this time and in the future. So excited for this conversation, excited to work with each and every one of you. I know all of you care deeply about this issue. So looking forward to this hearing and, of course, partnering with all of you on the council. And a special shout out to Councillor Wu, Councillor Braden in particular, for partnership on this work as well.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Wu. Councillor Wu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to lift up the leadership and say thank you to Councillor Campbell for continuing to make sure the council is having these discussions. There's not too much else to add. You all know how much needing to figure out childcare and the juggle of everything. I mean, you all have been the childcare in many instances over the years, as my boys have been out and about and around. This is now at the point where we're beyond urgency for this being critical infrastructure and to make sure the investments are happening, not just to reduce costs for families, but really to create those pipelines for careers for our childcare providers. Often disproportionately women of color, and a workforce that is faced with increasing decivilizaation from the pandemic and all of the forces across our city. I just wanted to note and thank as well the partners at the state and federal level that are making this really the moment to move this issue. A landmark bill was filed at the State House by our own Boston's own State Rep Adrian Madero, along with Rep Gordon, as well as Senators Lewis and Moran, that would transform the ability for families to access affordable childcare, phase in a cap on household costs for childcare, and invest in that workforce pipeline and making sure we're creating opportunity. And then at the federal level, thanks to leadership of so many in our congressional delegation, our own Congresswoman, of course, Ayanna Pressley, along with Congresswoman Catherine Clark, pushing and seeing that President Biden has now proposed a $40 billion package for childcare providers relief. There are still many loopholes that need to be closed to ensure equity in the delivery of all of these pieces. But it comes to the city level to weave them all together and to make sure that we are implementing things and delivering that funding in a way to truly change the underlying infrastructure and not just put Band-Aids on a situation that has become very dire. So I'm eager for us to stand up on this issue and to keep pushing for Boston to remove all barriers for working families to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I want to, again, just congratulate Maker on her leadership in this conversation. And I think I would just congratulate all of my colleagues who have balanced having children and being a city councilor. I am not part of that special club. Children, grandchildren, little ones in general have been part of the culture that I have been blessed to be in the city council, and it has a lot to do with the leadership here. So thank you all for making sure that's very clear that our families are welcome here and our children in any form that they come in. We know that far too many people, men and women, do not have that culture at their workplace. And in many cases, it should be incumbent upon us. And that's why I really think the leadership to have that conversation for them and to say, what are we doing and what can we do better about making universal child or pre-K available. But here's the other practical things. When we did try to make it available, why didn't it work? By that, I'm not talking so much about Mayor Walsh's plan, but our zoning code, which actually did require that for buildings over 100,000 square feet, we were supposed to build childcare facilities for years in certain zoned parts of our zoning code. And we didn't. And so my question, and I hope that when we have this conversation, is if it's already part of our conversation that we were going to leverage developer dollars and developer ability to build to also get us childcare facilities. Let's look at that law, let's expand it, and let's make sure that as we continue to build into the billions of dollars worth of construction, that childcare facilities are absolutely part of that conversation. It should be no different than when we have parking requirements, and when we look at height requirements, or we look at LED, requirements for the environment as well. Why isn't this part of the understood natural thing that a building or a workplace should have? So I'm excited about having this conversation. I want to thank you so much, Councillor Campbell, for your leadership. And again, to all of my fellow councillors that have brought your little ones around to remind myself and those of us without children how important it is to have a workplace that is welcoming to that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's hard to follow the eloquent proclamations of my colleagues and the importance of universal childcare. I really feel that we have, in the middle of COVID, we have an exacerbation of the crisis of childcare. It's been a long-standing problem, but it's been made worse for so many working families in the middle of this crisis. We've seen the data that women are giving up their jobs to stay home and take care of children. And so COVID has been a wrecking ball that has demolished what was left of our struggling childcare industry. So universal childcare and early education are critically important for the long-term success of our children and our families and our communities. I want to echo Councillor Edwards' passionate proclamation about the importance of planning, and when we build housing developments, we have thousands of units here in Alston Brighton. When you bring up the issue of 3-bedroom family-sized units or a childcare facility in a building, they look at you like you're from another planet. So I really feel that this is a critically important issue that we need to discuss. We need to think outside the box. We need to think about cooperative childcare options. We need to think of every possible solution that we can bring to bear on this issue so that the long-term education of early education and childcare is a priority in our city and not just an afterthought. And please add my name. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I also just want to thank the maker for this very important hearing. And I just kind of want, for those who are tuning in and listening in, I just kind of want to offer everyone to kind of really understand also the impact that this has for single moms, right? You know, I often talk about being a single mom and how difficult it has been for me to juggle all of my ends while also thinking about how my daughter's going to be cared for, right? And I think that oftentimes what we see in the early childhood care space is that based on your income, you may have to reduce the amount of hours that you're working so that you can qualify for a voucher just so that you can work. So I think those things are out of our council control, but I think it's important for us to recognize the impact of having access to early childhood care. It's not just for building a solid foundation, but it also provides opportunities for parents, particularly single parents, to be able to earn an income and create a livable wage so that you don't have to worry about your own financial concerns. So please add my name to this, and looking forward to the conversation. And thank you so much for bringing it to the table.
Thank you. I think that concludes our discussion. So a show of physical hands for those who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Sabi George, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Bach, Councilor Wu, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Braden. Did I get everyone who would like to add their name? Madam Clerk, if you could also add the chair. Docket 0359 will be referred to the Committee of Education. We'll move on to docket 0360.
Docket 0360, Councilor Campbell offered the following order for hearing regarding services for English learners and the look.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to actually add Councilor Mejia as an original co-sponsor. And I think we already sent language with this, but just wanted to.
Hearing no objections, Councilor Mejia is added as an original co-sponsor. Please continue.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Councilor Mejia, for your partnership. I know these issues are critically important to you, along with, of course, other council colleagues as well. And we know that Boston Public Schools is blessed. We witnessed it yesterday in our conversation with BSAC and those incredible young people, that Boston Public Schools has an incredibly diverse student population. Over 17,000 students, nearly a third of our student body, are English learner students, coming from 139 different countries and who speak a language other than English at home. Each of these students, of course, have their own unique immigrant journey, stories, and backgrounds, and they rely heavily on their school communities, not just to learn English, but to navigate a new culture, a new community, a new environment. And given the barriers we are seeing, of course, with respect to remote learning, limited access to technology, language barriers with teachers or staff, parents' limited capacity to support home learning, we know that our English learners are suffering and struggling in an incredible way. And that to successfully get out of the pandemic, we want to, of course, make sure that we're supporting this population of students. But this is also an opportunity to talk about the future in a different way and to reimagine what is possible, what the programs and initiatives could look like to support our English learner students, their teachers, their staff, their school leaders, and those families. These students, of course, including English learner students who have special needs, tend to be concentrated in what some consider the district's lower demand and lower performing schools, but they're not necessarily low quality schools. They just lack the appropriate resources and staffing to meet the needs of their students. As we plan our school reopening and have conversations about giving families the option to return their students in person, we of course want to make sure that we are doing everything in our power to address student learning loss. And we, of course, want to consider and prioritize the specific needs of our English learners and develop plans and timelines to implement effective programs that will meet their needs beyond the pandemic. For years, Boston Public Schools has had plans and opportunities to improve the quality of education for our English learners, including with the passage of the Look Act in 2017, which gave school districts greater flexibility to establish a range of programming based on the linguistic and educational and cultural needs of our English learner students. But we've seen very little action. And this continues to be a topic of discussion in many circles with many advocates and with many families. So this hearing is, of course, to discuss what we can do short term to support our students and our English learners and their families, but also the long-term strategies and action steps we can take with the Look Act and all the flexibility that it gives us to deliver a greater education and a more equitable education to our English learner students. So I'm looking forward to this hearing. I've had a whole host of conversations with folks informally, but really looking forward to bringing folks together because this is the time to reimagine, of course, what is possible. And so excited for the hearing and working with each and every one of you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Mejia.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and to Councilor Campbell for bringing this issue forward and allowing me to participate. As an English language learner myself and a previous member of the BPS ELL task force, which Councilor Janey, you, I believe, were a founding member of and have been going hard around these issues way before it was cute to do so. I just wanted to give you a quick little shout out on that. But for me, I just know firsthand that learning a new language is a lifelong process. We have an obligation to ensure that English language learners all throughout Boston have a solid educational foundation. Remote learning has been especially hard on English language learners, not just because of the barriers that have been put in place for them, but because their support network, their parents, their friends, and family may not even speak English either. We have an opportunity to expand our capacity for care and find innovative ways to support ELL students, such as dual language programs and bilingual programs. We look forward to utilizing this hearing to learn more about how BPS plans to implement these programs and offer support and feedback where possible. Thank you again, Councilor Campbell, for the opportunity to co-sponsor this hearing order with you. As you all know, this is personal and professional for me. So I am deeply committed to not just creating the space for us to have this conversation, but making sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to whatever actionable items come out of these discussions, and that we're putting the dollars behind the lip service that so many families have been getting for far too long when it comes to ELLs. So looking forward for all of it. Thank you, Councilor Campbell, for your leadership in this space. Proud to partner with you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'll keep this brief. Bilingual education is incredibly important. Just several years ago, not that long ago, Massachusetts as a whole ranked 49th in the entire country on bilingual education, which led to eventually the passage of the Look Act. And since then, I know others have been advocates. Certainly, we need to be moving forward and making sure that we're making up the time that we've lost and the amount of losses that we've had in the bilingual education space, and ensuring that we're creating a stronger future for children who are coming here and are here, frankly, and speak multiple languages. And so this is something that I hope we prioritize. This is something that is incredibly important to me. This is something I brought up last year during the budget process because we haven't dedicated the resources to bilingual education that we need to. And this is the perfect time to have this conversation. So thank you to the makers, and thank you to all of the folks on this council who have been advocates for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my name.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, you have...
I'll be quick. Thank you, Madam President, of course, for your leadership. I was remiss. I wanted to thank my Chief of Staff, Ellie. She puts in a lot of work, a lot of hours, including on not just this hearing order before she joined the council. This is issues near and dear and has done a lot of work in this space. So I did want to give my Chief of Staff, Ellie, who I frankly probably don't thank enough, a shout out on this particular topic, this particular hearing order, and these particular issues. So thank you. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, a show of physical hands, please, for those who want to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Sabi George, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Braden, Councilor Wu, Councilor Bach, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Flynn. Did I get everyone who wants to add their name? Please also add the chair. Docket 0360 will be referred to the Committee of Education. And we'll move on to docket 0361.
Docket 0361, Councilor Flynn offered the following order for hearing on the process for tree removals in the city of Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I add Councilor Braden as an original co-sponsor to this hearing order?
Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Braden is added.
Thank you, Madam President. A healthy urban tree canopy in our neighborhood is not only critical in terms of combating climate change, pollution, and reducing heat island effect. Our trees are also important for our mental health and quality of life issues. Even more so now during this ongoing pandemic, many of us have taken a much needed walk, a breath of fresh air outdoors. Residents often view trees as a critical part of their neighborhood and therefore are often alarmed and concerned when there are requests to remove healthy trees. Residents love their trees in their neighborhoods, and they become part of the fabric of the community. I often hear from residents, neighbors in the South End, South Boston, Beacon Hill, Bay Village, about gas leaks that have harmed their trees or trees that were cut down due to a development project. Currently, the process for removing a healthy tree involves a public hearing to gather feedback. Notification of the public hearing is posted on boston.gov and in the newspaper. And the notice is on the tree itself in at least 2 other public places. However, there is no requirement to notify the abutters. So residents often do not know or do not find about the removal until close to the date or even after the hearing. I want to recognize the Boston Parks Department for doing very good work on a very difficult subject. Also, trees are often removed due to development and construction, as I highlighted, and often are removed prior to development project entering into the permitting process, therefore not allowing residents in the community to have input beforehand. We need to ensure that there is a robust community process that would include input from residents and abutters about the impact of tree removal and plans for replanting. That's a key part of this, and plans for replanting. I want to thank Councilor Braden for her partnership on this and her work on this as well. I look forward to working with the various city agencies, the Parks Department, on this hearing order again, and want to acknowledge the work the Parks Department is doing on a difficult subject. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councillor Flynn for including me on this order. Improving Boston's urban tree canopy helps to reduce our air pollution, summer peak temperatures, the heat island effect. It provides wildlife habitat and improves the quality of life and social ties among neighbours and community members. We do get calls pretty frequently from residents in our neighbourhood who are distraught at the sound of chainsaws in the neighbourhood, and a tree that they've grown up with all their lives is being felled by a developer or for whatever reason. It's a great emotional impact on our neighbours. And the other issue really is that we need an intentional planning and investment in a robust tree canopy to benefit all of us who call Boston our home. In our many hearings regarding the urban tree canopy last year, we're trying to plant more trees on publicly owned land, but we're losing tree canopy on privately owned land at probably at a greater rate than we're able to plant trees. And these are mature trees that are really a great benefit to many of us. I also look forward to the conversation where we can engage with members of the public on how to better be informed and meaningfully notified about tree removal efforts well in advance, so that we can see if it's necessary for the tree to come down, and if the tree needs to be removed, how we can mitigate the loss of that tree. So thank you so much, and I look forward to this conversation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wanted to, of course, commend the makers, the District Council from South Boston and the District Council from Allston Brighton, for their leadership. Ask that my name be added. This is something that this body has certainly made a difference of in the years past. I remember partnering with now Congresswoman, former Councilor at Large, Ayanna Pressley, on getting a tree canopy study, which really helped dictate a lot of our work. Through that and through the support of virtually everyone on this body, we were able to get money in a budget 2 years ago for a LIDAR study that has shown what we've known all along, that with increased development has been a significant decrease in trees. Having said that, Boston does fare better than most comparably sized cities. However, that's not to say we should rest on our laurels, and the fact of the matter is that we have to look through the equity lens as it relates to our trees throughout the city of Boston as well. So I know that's something we are all committed to. So just wanted to briefly, we have a lot on the agenda, but thank the makers. Ask that my name be added, and close, as I often do, to paraphrase Joyce Kilmer, that I think that I shall never see legislation as lovely as that involving trees. So well done, Councilors Flynn and Braden. Thank you.
Great. Not seeing any other discussion on the matter, a show of physical hands for those who would like to add their name. Madam Clerk, you could please add Councilor Sabi George, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Bach, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Wu, Councilor Campbell. Do I have everyone who would like to add their name? Would you please also add the chair? And docket 0361 will be referred to the Committee of Environment, Parks, and Resiliency. We'll move on to docket 0362.
Docket 0362, Councilor Sabi George offer the following order for hearing regarding existing residential unit diversity across Boston.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam President. This hearing order will give us an opportunity to assess our existing housing stock, what our real housing needs are across the city, and what efforts we can undertake to more effectively meet those housing needs. We all know that we need more family-sized affordable housing, or I should say family-sized affordable housing in the city to stem the tide of family homelessness. But it's been a challenge to ascertain what family-sized units exist and where we need new units to be built. I hope that this will be a data-rich hearing that will help shed light on where we are and what kind of a city we need to build to meet the needs of our residents. Certainly always hesitate to ask for another study, but we truly do need to have this information to understand what work is left undone. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
I am talking a lot today. Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Councillor Sabi George for bringing this hearing request forward. In Alston Brighton, we've seen a tremendous growth in development over the last 10 years. 770,000 new units of housing have been approved in the last 10 years. 66% of it are studios and one bedrooms and single room occupancy units. Only 3% of the approved units have been family sized. Only 3% of the 70,000 units that have been built. And only 1% of the units have been artists live workspaces. It's really important that, and family size units and the crisis in family housing was one of the issues in my maiden speech a year ago. So it's really, really important that we diversify the types of units that we're building, find ways to make these 3-bedroom units affordable for families, and really tackle this issue with some urgency. Otherwise, I fear that we will have a city that is unaffordable for families to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other speakers, a show of physical hands of those who want to add their name. Councilor Braden, I assume you want to add your name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Braden, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Wu, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Bach, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Campbell. Did I get everyone who would like to add their name? Please also add the chair. Docket 0362 will be referred to the Committee of Housing and Community Development. We'll move on to docket 0363.
Docket 0363, Councilor Sabi George offer the following order for hearing regarding to review the procedures to alert neighborhoods to development-related meetings.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Sabi George. Councilor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam President. As we often hear in our civic groups, upcoming meetings on development can take a community by surprise. Sometimes it's a matter of information overload and areas experiencing a lot of development. Sometimes it's due to ineffective practices, and sometimes it's a language barrier. I hope that this hearing will give us an opportunity to lift up all of those issues, figure what rules as a city we are currently following and how those rules could be improved, and what we need our developers to do and our city to do to improve the notification process. I look forward to having this hearing in this year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll keep this brief. Thank you to the maker on this. This is an issue that comes up often. We all want robust community processes, and the first step to that is making sure the community is informed and actually there and able to attend. and present. And I think some of this gets passed off as, you know, an unengaged community doesn't know about an event. But I think that actually shifts the blame on a system where we need to make sure that we're actually engaging and doing all that we can to ensure that folks are being informed in a real way, rather than just saying, well, if you wanted to care about this or if you knew about this, you'd be there. And so I look forward to this hearing. I look forward to hearing what we're doing to ensure that engagement. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the maker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
I want to thank Councillor Savvy George once again for this hearing order. This is a critically important issue that many of our residents are extremely concerned about. Very often they don't realize that there has been a plan to develop an area until they see the fence being put around or the building demolished. We should certainly assess whether residents and community members and neighbourhood civic associations are provided with meaningfully advance notice and access to participate in development-related meetings. Generally speaking, I must say that our neighbourhood liaison does a good job. One of the challenges I feel is that we have, unless there's an owner-occupier in every abutters within 300 feet of a proposed development are notified by mail, or not by mail. They're dropped flyers on their doorstep. If they are not owner occupiers, or they are tenants who do not speak English, or if they're an absentee landlord who doesn't live in the building, they very often they don't hear about these abutters meetings until after they've happened, or maybe they don't hear about them at all. So the question is, in the time of the COVID pandemic, as well as in the advanced, you know, with all our digital social media, there should be other ways and additional ways to improve communication with our community members. And also, we need to try and develop ample opportunities to be aware of development projects in our institutions, as well as our local Article 80 projects and small projects in the neighbourhood. What's happening in at our universities is equally important to be aware of as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Please add my name, and it's something that I've called for the BRA, BPDA, and ZBA to do, particularly as it pertains to deferrals. Anytime a matter gets deferred at the Zoning Board of Appeals, there's no onus on the city, on the BPDA, on ZBA, or the proponent to renotice, if you will, the abutters at the very least. And so I've often called for that. And you talk about when folks get concerned that the fix is in or that the cake is baked. Those situations occur when someone gets a deferral, and maybe in the middle of the summer or right around the holidays, and the next thing you know, it's back on the agenda, and none of the neighbors, none of the direct abutters have any notice whatsoever. And so time has come for that to be sort of mandated in the process, whereby if someone either asks for a deferral or gets a deferral from the board, the onus needs to be on someone. I would argue the proponent, working through Office of Neighborhood Services and the BPDA, to now renotice any and all future hearing dates. And therein lies a huge problem, I think, that we have as a city when we have a development project going forward. I think right out of the gate, they do a pretty good job. I think BPDA, when things are filed and when the notices go out and when ONS is involved, particularly for that first community meeting, things seem to be working okay. And there is participation. I think where we get into the gray areas when we get to the zoning board date and folks either defer or they get taken off the board and they get rescheduled, therein lies where some of the quicksand lies. So I appreciate the author's efforts. Please add my name and look forward to a hearing. And through the chair, if the maker could include that deferral process as a big part of this, is because that's where I think government in general, but particularly the development process, takes the biggest punch in the gut when people think that there's some hocus pocus going on. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to add my name to this and thank the maker for bringing it forth. I also just want to note that when we're thinking about this particular hearing is that we're really super mindful of metrics and outcomes. Like, I'm curious to know how many efforts are made just aside from dropping a flyer is made to notify not just the abutters who own, but like Councilor Braden was talking about, people who may not be homeowners. Just because you don't own a home doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a voice. And I think that whole system needs to be revamped, so to include everyone who lives in the vicinity to be able to participate. And I also think that it's really important for us as we continue to do this is to think about the accountability for these developers to ensure that they're offering translation and interpretation, and all the materials are that people are able to understand what it is that's happening in their immediate neighborhoods. I think that there needs to be a level of accountability on who's responsible for that. Oftentimes we see a lot of this. It's this, they're the ones who are supposed to do it. They're the ones who are supposed to do it. And then people are left without the information. So I think that we need to, as we have this hearing, I'd like to hear who is ultimately responsible and who's going to foot that bill to ensure that people have access to the information and they're participating. And I also want to know how many people who actually live in the neighborhood are participating in the civic association meetings. There are a lot of folks who come to these meetings that don't even live in the neighborhood or where this project is being discussed. So I think that we need to also look at who's in the room or in the Zoom these days and making sure that the folks who are there actually are the ones who are most impacted by what's being planned and developed. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not seeing any other discussion, a show of physical hands. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Sabi George, Councilor, oh wait. Madam Clerk, could you please add Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Braden, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Bach, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Wu. Did I get everyone who wants to add their name? I think we have Councilor Sabi George. Yes, we have everyone who wants to add their name. Please also add the chair. Docket 0363 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. We'll move on to docket 0364.
Docket 0364, Councilor Sabi George offered the following order for hearing regarding the creation of publicly available developer profiles.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Sabi George. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If we don't laugh, we might cry. So I appreciate a little bit of humor there for a moment. This hearing order aims to explore creating a directory of developers in the city in order to provide more information to our residents and encourage developers to engage in best practices. Often, information about developers, their partnerships, and practices is not very clear or easily available. Having a directory, I hope, will make it easier for our community members to work with developers on projects in the neighborhood and make it possible for developers to learn about firms in the city who can help them meet Boston residents' job policy goals, even for smaller scale projects. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any other discussion, a show of physical hands for those who want to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Braden, Councilor Wu, Councilor Bach, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Mejia. Did I get everyone who would like to add their name? Please also add the chair.
My name, Madam President, my apologies.
Please add Councilor Flaherty. Docket 0364 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. We'll move on to docket 0365.
Docket 0365, Councilor Bach offered the following order for hearing regarding increasing public housing in the city of Boston.
Great, thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a refile. I think folks know I filed it in the summertime around an idea I had. Right now, the Boston Housing Authority actually has federal authority to add back 2,500 more public housing units than we have today. And once we add them, the federal government is obligated to provide us with the monthly rental subsidy. So there's a lot of money for low income families to be housed in our city on the table. It could be as much as $40 million a year. The rub, and what's kept us from doing it in the past, is the need for the kind of upfront capital to create these units, because we sort of have a sustainable model once they're there, but how do we make them? But I think that a bunch of stars have aligned. There's a federal program that's going to make it easier. I think we're in a position where the Biden administration may come to the table with capital money again. But even if they don't, this is something that we have to be talking about on our capital budget side. And it's something where in many cases, we are already spending affordable housing resources in the city to create affordable units, whether you're thinking about IDP units or tax credit units. And the combination with public housing subsidy could actually enable us to bring the income eligibility down and keep more of our low income seniors and families in the city. So it's something I'm really excited about, and I've been working with D&D and the Boston Housing Authority on it. And I'm pleased to give the council a bit of an update that the BHA has commissioned a capacity study to look at places on its public land that it could add these units. And also D&D is going to be issuing a request for proposals this spring to sort of figure out where on the private side we could potentially locate these units, because this doesn't have to be traditional public housing. It could be a situation where an apartment building's going up for foreclosure, and as part of the AOP program, we acquire it and then are able to make it long-term affordable. It could be a situation, like I said, where we bring the IDP affordability down, or where existing affordable housing developers look to make their units more affordable. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And I think that if there's one thing the pandemic has shown, it's just how completely public housing is a public good and totally critical for public health. And that it's not just about the affordability thresholds. It's the fact that if you live in a public housing federally funded unit, you know that if you lose your job or you get sick, you're not going to lose your housing. And that kind of stability is so key to a really humane city and a city that keeps all Bostonians here. So I don't think we need to wait on Washington on this. It'll be great if they come to the table, but I think there's an opportunity for us to start adding these units now. And I've been really pleased to work with Administrator Bennett and Chief Dillon around sort of next steps to identify places that we could do this. So thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Please add my name as a co-sponsor and long been a proponent and supporter of public housing. I think I may be the only member who was born in public housing of the Old Harbor Housing Projects. And it was obviously a lifeline at the time for my grandmother when, and my mom and her brother when my grandfather died at a very young age. And it was also very supportive when my mom and dad got started out. So it's a lifeline for a lot of people oftentimes. And obviously Boston in particular has been home to some of the first public housing developments and obviously now some of the oldest public housing developments. And so we saw sort of a divestment and we saw Washington walk away from them. We've seen some very creative partnerships across the city that have restored a lot of our public housing and have upgraded them and have been able to add to them. So all good stuff, particularly if you're a resident of public housing. So I concur with the previous speaker and look forward to an expedited hearing to see and find ways that we could continue to move and advance this order. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Please add my name. I also want to congratulate the maker on this. I think incredible conversation, having the largest housing development in Boston, or in New England, actually, in Charleston, and watching it being redeveloped and having to triple the size in order to pay for its redevelopment is because I think our city didn't pursue some of these funds or these innovative ways, nor did we necessarily have a favorable federal government that would have helped to fund them. But I hope that as these monies come on and as we think and as we plan, I also want to make sure that we don't create, again, just large housing developments with concentrations of poverty throughout our city. I know Councillor Bach is jealous of us on so many levels because she has the least amount of public housing. But I hope that with this increase, she's going to lead the way and Beacon Hill will start to have more public housing units. And I know that she'll be able to combine not only that conversation, but with her historic preservation. So the Beacon Hill will be historically preserved and also make history by getting some public housing units there. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I really want to applaud my colleague, Councillor Bach, for thinking this through and bringing forward this initiative. availability of housing that's affordable for working families is critically important. And I feel that out here in Alston Brighton, our CDC has a wait list of 17,000. We all know that the BHA wait lists are excessive to say, excessive. So I really feel that creativity and public-private partnerships and thinking outside the box to see what we can bring to bear to increase affordable housing, public housing, mixed income housing. I agree with my colleague Lydia Edwards, Councillor Edwards. We do not want to concentrate the folks who are low income folks all in one area. We want to try and develop mixed income housing as well, so that we can get a diversity of people living together in community. And I think that's for a healthy, progressive way to approach housing. So I really look forward to this conversation. Thank you so much. Please add my name.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Bach. Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say that my colleague, Councillor Edwards, is correct. In many ways, an objective of this for me is to get more public housing in my district. I represent a district that has been historically exclusive to low-income people, although with the exception of some substantial historic preservation, affordable housing that was done 40, 50 years ago in some big school buildings in Beacon Hill. So we're proud to have a bunch of low-income residents living on the North Slope of Beacon Hill already, but we want more. And we're actually talking right now about sites on Beacon Hill, both sites in the historic buildings and talking about our West End Library. So I absolutely think of this as an extension of the goals that Councillor Edwards and I and this whole council have in regards to affirmatively furthering fair housing and making sure that we've got housing for people of all incomes across the entire city of Boston in all our neighborhoods. And to Councillor Braden's point about the wait list, I just want to underscore for people, when we're talking about how we get 2,500 more units, that we've got 50,000 families on the public housing wait list. And that actually adding 2,500 units would mean that you take those families and 1 out of 20 of them gets a unit. And that would, there's a lot of space still to go, but that would make a big difference for a lot of people. So I think we should be trying to get there. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any other discussion. Show of physical hands for those who want to add their name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Braden, Councillor Wu, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Royo, Councillor Sabi George. Did I get everyone who wants to add their name? Councillor Flynn? Did I get everyone who wants to add their name? Please also add the chair. Docket 0365 will be referred to the Committee of Housing and Community Development. And now we'll move on to docket 0366.
Docket 0366. Council Bach offer the following order for hearing regarding using planning and land use tools for public good.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Bach. Councillor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The theme of my hearing orders today is public land and public finance for public good. And the document I introduced to the council is related to that and really thinking about, conceptually an umbrella for a lot of the things that I think this council is pushing and that need to be, frankly, conversations in our mayoral race as we look to the future of the city. And to me in this moment, one of our real fears is that we're going to come out of this economic recession with capital even more concentrated in the hands of a small number of actors, and it's going to drive us into a more unequal society. And I think one of the best ways we have to fight back against that is to really think about the fact that we, the public, are also one of those deep-pocketed entities. We have really valuable assets on the public land and public finance side. And if we really think about those assets as tools for the public good, it's part of how we can kind of come out of the COVID moment in a way that is more equitable, that secures whether it's housing or climate mitigation or all kinds of things for the long term. I think we have to be really intentional about that philosophy of things. So this hearing order that I'm introducing today is related to some of the tools that mainly are held by the BPDA, although not exclusively, that are land use tools in our city. And I think that there's a long history of bad decisions with urban renewal and how those tools have been used, and a lot of concern amongst our communities about them. But as I've been sort of studying them, I've been and thinking about the things I would like to see us do as a more kind of muscular public on behalf of the public good in the city. What's come back again and again is the ways in which those tools properly employed could be really critical to that work. So for example, it was the BPDA's urban renewal land use tools that were used to assemble the DSNI Community Land Trust, these 60 acres in the 80s that was really a model the first time that eminent domain had been used on behalf of a nonprofit like that in the country. And I think now we've got a community land trust movement with a bunch of land trusts set up, but not a lot of land. And I think we need to get back in the business of thinking about land assembly and land acquisition, supporting our community land trusts and using these tools. I think that on the climate side, we've got a parcel priority program at parks that's thinking about, spots around the city that we could fit in rain gardens, urban wilds, other things key to, reducing our heat island effect and mitigating the effects of climate change. And at the harbor side, we're going to need a lot of protections that may involve some land acquisition. And I think there's a big opportunity to combine the kind of parks and environment cabinet agenda with some of these land use tools. I also am really interested in how we think about our public ground leases and how to really leverage those in the best way. I did a lot of work on the BHA's ground leases, and historically on the BHA side at the BPDA, we have a bunch of ground leases that were written at times when the city was economically struggling, and sometimes in the interest of economic redevelopment, we gave really good deals to the private side in these public-private ground leases. And sometimes that might make some sense in the early term, but when you talk about a really long-term ground lease and you see huge growth in value, the public doesn't end up kind of getting its share in the long run. However, there's some really interesting ways you can structure those things so that the public actually does capture the share. And it's one of the things we've done in Charlestown, in Councilor Edwards' district and elsewhere, is to set up something so that if these mixed-use developments become more profitable over time, a growing amount of those profits goes back to the public side. And there's been amazing work on this in Europe and elsewhere. The Port of Rotterdam uses its assets to really robustly move the needle on climate change mitigation, really for the whole region. And so I think that we need to be thinking really robustly about our public strategy on ground leases, on these urban renewal tools, including land assembly and acquisition. And I think that this is in many ways a partner hearing order to the one I just spoke about, because I also think that when it comes to siting housing, whether it's cooperative housing, mixed income social housing, like Councilor Wu and I have filed about, or this public housing, we need land often to do that. And when I dug into 121B, the basis on which we have our urban renewal powers, there's actually a line from the original text that said, any benefits to tenants other than lower moderate income tenants provided under this chapter will be at most incidental to achieving proper housing in appropriate surroundings for low income persons and families. That was actually the purpose of 121B as it was originally framed, was to house low income persons and families. That is not the direction that it went. But I think that this council and this city and whoever is mayor next has a real opportunity to use these tools to that end. So I would like us to be having a robust conversation about that. And that's why I filed the hearing order. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands up for discussion. Show of physical hands to add your name. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor Sabi George, Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Braden, Councilor Royal, Councilor Wu, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Flaherty. Do I have everyone who would like to add their name? Please also add the chair, docket 0366. We refer to the Committee of Planning, Development, and Transportation. At this time, I am going to turn it over to our Vice President, Councilor O'Malley, who will start with docket 0367. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Clerk, would you please read and place before the body docket 0367?
Docket 0367, Councilors Bach and Edwards offer the following order for hearing regarding home ownership assistance, including for first-generation home buyers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The chair now recognizes the district councillor from Beacon Hill. Councillor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. This is a hearing order related to our home ownership programs here in the city of Boston. And as people know, we made a major $8 million investment in the One Plus Boston program in this budget cycle, but also with our Community Preservation Act money. And that was something that for me was a very big deal because I'd watched it kind of go from a twinkle in the eye in church basements in 2015 and part of the whole reason we passed the Community Preservation Act to becoming this new program. And I think early returns suggest it's serving 70% families of color and getting a lot of our first-time home buyers into, frankly, the best down payment assistance and low interest rate first-time home buyer program around. So it's something I think this council has a right to be really proud of. And I know that the mayor's administration recently announced a kind of initial investment in something called STASH, which is a program of the Mass Affordable Housing Alliance, which is actually targeted at first-generation home buyers. And, something this council and the city's talked a lot about in equity is how to acknowledge, the historical inequities of things like home ownership, where our Black and brown families were explicitly kept from acquiring homes. And then how do you intentionally reverse that dynamic of discrimination and its kind of accumulated wealth gap. And one of the best ways to do that is first generation home ownership, because by definition, if you're the first generation in your family to own a home, you haven't had the opportunity for that intergenerational wealth build up and transfer that comes through home ownership. And so in the initial cohort that MAHA has been serving, even before the city of Boston supported this, initially it was part of a collaboration with Boston Children's Hospital. STASH has been helping a whole bunch of first generation families save. It's a savings match program, helps people get to a down payment, and 97% of the participants have been people of color. So I was excited to see the city talk about and make a move to invest in that. I think it's something that we need to really scale up if we want to make a dent in the racial wealth gap with these programs. And I think it's also incumbent upon the council to kind of have some scrutiny on this whole new set of programs that we're supporting. So I feel like this year is going to be a good time for us to check in after One Plus Boston has existed for a year, and with this launch of a first generation program, to make sure that we're providing oversight and that we're able to celebrate the successes and build the budget and support for these things where appropriate. So excited about that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councillor Bach. The chair now recognizes the district council from East Boston. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Being very brief, I echo all of the exciting things that the original co-sponsor, Councillor Bach, had mentioned. I thank you, Councillor Bach, for inviting me to be part of this. The fact of the matter is, the best way to stop displacement in any community is to make more people owners, whether it's through cooperative ownership or through this program of down payment assistance. More people need to own property. And of course, as Councillor Bach alluded to, it helps with generational wealth. Not only do I want to see this program scaled up, but we also need to make sure that as it's scaling up, we're actually, it's working according to plan. What we don't want is more homeowners to be outside of the city of Boston, because unfortunately our prices here in Boston are so high that while we're making owners, but they're becoming owners in other cities and towns. We also want to make sure that as we're scaling up this program and as we're discussing it, that we are truly becoming as innovative as possible. I love that this is about first-time homeowners. I think it's vital that it be center to this program. But again, just knowing Councillor Bach's dedication also to cooperatives, how we make sure that there's leverage and funding and money as well available to folks to collectively buy is also important to me as well. So thank you so much. I'm excited for this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. And Councillor Bach, do you wish to suspend Rule 12?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I neglected to suspend Rule 12 and add Councillor Liz Braden as original co-sponsor on this.
Seeing and hearing no objections to the suspension of Rule 12, Councillor Liz Braden is hereby added as an original co-sponsor. And Councillor Braden, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you to Councillor Bach and Councillor Edwards for your leadership on this effort and for adding my name. I really appreciate it. Homeownership is of vital importance in my district. Brighton has 23%. Alston is hovering around 10%. It is an essential component of stabilizing our community and ensuring that folks can make this neighborhood and the city in general their long-term home, and they won't be pushed out. 20 years ago or more, I took my first time homeownership class with at the Austin Brighton CDC, and in those days we did have family homes, 2 family homes that were considered a good bet. You know, you buy a 2-family, you can rent out your second apartment or your as a source of income, and you can stabilize your family and make a home in the neighborhood. Sadly, in the housing market, homeowners, regular working families have to compete with investors who come in with bags of cash to buy homes at above market rate. And that has been very detrimental to the stability of our neighborhoods. So I really welcome this initiative, and I look forward to the conversation to see if we can really try and stabilize more home ownership in our neighborhoods and really make this work for working families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braden. The chair now recognizes the district council from Hyde Park, Councillor Arroyo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to thank the makers on this. I also want to thank Councillor Edwards for stating many of the things that I was going to actually say, so I appreciate that. In terms of ensuring that when we're talking about folks buying homes, we're talking about folks buying homes in Boston specifically. And I do just want to note one of the concerns that we have when it comes to the racial wealth gap is we do have, and I come from a district that I think actually has 2 of the neighborhoods that have the most home ownership, which has really created community and is one of the binding fabrics of how our communities see one another. But what I would say is we want to make sure that we're doing this in a holistic way, which this program helps do by getting people into home ownership. But in Boston, home ownership can actually have the impact of creating somebody who is now land rich but cash poor, and ensuring that we're looking at different ways to ensure that we're not just creating generational wealth in the sense that you've now bought a home that you can give to your child in the future, you can sell the assets to your child in the future, but that we're making sure that as we stabilize our communities and as we make homes for folks of color in these communities to live in, we're also looking at a holistic approach to ensure that we're creating real wealth and real wealth growth beyond just the stabilization of owning a home. So this is a great step in that direction. And I appreciate the makers for pushing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arroyo. Is there any further discussion on docket 0367? Seeing no further discussion, would any other councillors wish to add their name as a, and I'm sorry, Councillor Arroyo, did you want to add your name as a co-sponsor?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I apologize. So, Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to add my hand.
Yeah,
my hand was raised, Mr. Chair. Not a problem. Just want to add my name, obviously, as a co-sponsor, and let folks know, obviously, that the Community Preservation Act stepped up last year and provided $4 million in funding, and hopefully, obviously, and it's been recommended again for $5 million this year. So good stuff happening in this space, and happy to sign on as a co-sponsor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Madam Clerk, please add the at-large council from South Boston, Councillor Flaherty. Please add Councillor Flynn. Please add Councillor Wu. Please add Councillor Saibi George. Please add Councillor Campbell. Please add the chair's name, and I believe that is everyone. Docket 0367 shall be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Madam Clerk, please place before the body docket 0368.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, temporarily. Docket 0368, Councilors Block and Asabi George offer the following order for hearing regarding investing Boston Saves funds.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The chair now recognizes once again the District Council from Beacon Hill. Councillor Block, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to ask suspension of the rules and to add your name as the third original co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councillor Block moves for the suspension of Rule 12 and the addition of a third name to this docket. Seeing and hearing no objection, I am hereby added. Thank you very much, Councillor Block. Please proceed.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. I know we have a long hearing going on today. So this is another piece of the idea of using public finance for public good. Right now, we have a great program called Boston Saves that puts initially $25 in a savings account for our BPS kindergartners and forward. And then there's a way for families to take various actions, both saving themselves for their kids, reading for their kids, and signing up for various things to have some monies added to that account. And the account sort of therefore, with those additional deposits, grows over the course of the students, say 14 years in the system, and you only get access to it at the end of that when the young person is 18. There's a lot of great social science evidence that having this kind of savings account encourages families to create their own college savings accounts, and it massively increases actually by maybe a threefold degree the chances of a student going to college, and that has a lot to do with just sort of the fact that the money's there, sort of no matter how large it is having that effect of kind of a seed in the mind and a set of expectations. I think that's great and really important, and amazing work's been done by BPS and their partners around creating the Boston Saves program. But a real concern for me is that, as we all know, savings accounts don't really pay interest in this day and age in the way that they used to. And you've got a dynamic where a lot of low-income folks can't afford to have money invested in the stock market because it's sticky, right? Once you put your money in, you can't take it out if you suddenly need it in an emergency as easily, or you lose a lot in transaction costs. And also just like knowing how to even get into the stock market if you don't have so much money that you can have a broker, and all of that is confusing and such. And so what we end up with is a situation where wealthy people in America have their money invested and lower income people have their money in savings accounts. But one of these is producing a 7% rate of return, and one of them is producing effectively zero. And so what that kind of dynamic, what that difference does is it deepens the wealth gap, right? It drives that wedge further apart. And often if you are talking about a savings account that's going to be an emergency account, it's really hard to talk about investing that in the market. But when you're talking about an account that's actually held by a third party, as our Boston Saves accounts are, and that's going to be held for 14 years, and so therefore isn't something that's going to be withdrawable from anyways for the families, I think that's a perfect opportunity for us to be not just holding a savings account, but actually investing those funds on behalf of our families. And that's something that Pennsylvania is already doing with its program. It's got a new program for every baby born in Pennsylvania. You can sign up, get $100, and it gets invested. And I think that much as the Boston Saves program is designed to help our families create savings accounts, I think in many ways it would be great if what we were really helping our families do is create also linked investment accounts and kind of driving the capital for our students in the direction where it might actually grow enough to be really substantial when they come time to go to college. So I think it's kind of a small thing, but I think it could make a big difference. And I think it also is about sort of the direction, again, that we're pushing public finance in support of closing that wealth gap in the city. So would love to explore it, and grateful to Councillor Isabi George and O'Malley for partnering with me on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bach. The chair now recognizes the at-large council from Dorchester. Councillor Isabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Bach for her leadership on this effort. I'm very excited to be a co-sponsor. We should look at every avenue to explore generating wealth, especially for our BPS students and their families. This will definitely be a step towards closing the atrocious, but a very small step towards closing the atrocious wealth gap here in the city. And I'm very much looking forward to this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Isabi George. Just very, very briefly, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'm delighted to partner with these two great leaders on this issue. Back in 2013, I held the first hearing on the city establishing a savings account for our children. The studies are absolutely clear. If you have just $500 in savings as a young person for college, just $500, when we know the cost of college tuition is multiples and multiples of that, you are 3 times more likely to attend a 2 or 4-year university and 4 times more likely to graduate from 2 or 4-year university. We've seen some great work happening at the city level. State Treasurer Deb Goldberg, to her credit, has done some great work at the state level as well. well, but it's vitally important that we recognize the fact that, to Councillor Bach's point, just simply having money in a savings account isn't necessarily going to pay the dividends that it once was. Just on compound interest alone, it's essentially non-existent. So looking at 529, looking at other plans, which I am increasingly becoming more and more aware of, as many of our colleagues are now, this is just a great issue, an important one. I'm delighted to partner with Councillors Bach and Asabi George on this. So thank you. Chair now recognizes the at-large councillor from South Boston. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just please add my name. It's a great idea, and through the chair to the maker, and want to see if there's an appetite to increase it beyond $50, given that the class side of K2, we could be able to absorb maybe a larger number, 100, 150, 200, but just want to leave that open as a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. I'm seeing that the heads nodding in agreement. So yes, that is absolutely on the table and should be discussed as well. So thank you for bringing up that point. Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Michael Flaherty as a co-sponsor. Any other councillors wishing to discuss this issue? Any councillors wishing to add their, I'm sorry, Councillor Braden, did you wish to discuss this or just add your name?
No, just please add my name, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Liz Braden. Please add Councillor Michelle Wu. Please add Councillor Julia Mejia. Please add Councillor Ricardo Arroyo. Please add Councillor Andrea Campbell. Please add Councillor Ed Flynn. Please add Councillor Lydia Edwards. And seeing and hearing no further additions, we've added Councillor Flaherty. Docket 0368 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Moving right along, Madam Clerk, please place before the body docket 0369.
Thank you, Mr. President. Docket 0369, Councilors Arroyo and Campbell offer the following ordinance restricting the use of chemical crowd control agents and kinetic impact projectiles.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The chair now recognizes the District Councillor from Hyde Park, Councillor Arroyo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I would like to thank my co-sponsor on this, Councillor Campbell, as well, for her continued advocacy. This was passed last year, 8-6. It's a refile. We've made one edit to that refile on the legal point around determining punishment. But the basis for this remains the same, which is, frankly, when we're talking about the use of projectiles and ordnance that have caused death, that can cause serious injury, we should have a framework and some method of doing this to ensure the most safety that we can for our civilians and our residents. I know when this was up last year, there was a call for a complete total ban, and this is not that. But what this does do is create a framework to ensure that we're doing this in a way that is safe as it can be. And that is orderly and that does all of those things. And so I look forward to, once again, addressing this issue this year, and hopefully this year it becomes real. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arroyo. The chair now recognizes the District Councillor from Mattapan, Councillor Campbell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley, and thank you, Councillor Arroyo, for the continued partnership. And thank you to my council colleagues, right, for voting this through last council term. And thank you to Councillor Edwards, along with your team, for the hearings, the working sessions, all of that to get this done. Looking forward to getting it done again and getting it passed and signed. And also want to thank just residents and constituents. We had a lot of folks who stepped up to email and to call about their personal experiences with these weapons. And it really, at moments was quite painful to listen to some of these stories. So I want to also appreciate the residents who came forward, and of course, the incredible advocacy groups as well for the work they did to support us in all of the hearings and conversations we had. So looking forward to finally getting this done. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. The chair now recognizes the at-large council from South Boston, Councillor Flaherty. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, that was from my hand was up from last time.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, thank you very much. Chair now recognizes the District Council from East Boston, Councillor Edwards. You have the floor.
And thank you very much. I did appreciate the robust conversation we had as a body, and we did get it done. As Councilor Arroyo mentioned, a vote of 8-5. That being said, I do wonder if a lot of people are just simply confused. If I see the title, maybe it's something that the co-sponsors might want to consider. It seems more like this is, if you read it, it is literally just a warning system put in and protocol for the use of kinetic weapons. This is not a ban, and I just wanted to remind people of that. This is not a ban, and this again is to Councilor, not even asking for the friend, I just reminding people what this actually does. And it seems so unnecessarily controversial in as much as we're asking our police officers to enshrine their protocol and to allow people to have a warning as to when or they're about to use kinetic weapons and rubber bullets. And I just wanted people to be reminded of that. I intend, again, I will work with the co-sponsors on this conversation about how to bring this back through the body. That's what my job as on the chair of government ops, and we will move this through the body. But again, just remind people about what this ultimately is about, and I hope to remove huge amounts of controversy from it, because at the end of the day, no one is taking away so much as please asking for our police to have an understanding of how they use these either the lead sponsors, my apologies, but I just wanted to make sure we were clear about the conversation we're going to have, and I think the lack of controversy it really involves.
Thank you very much, Councilor Edwards. And would you like your name added?
Yes.
Well, thank you. Madam Clerk, please add Councilor Lydia Edwards as a co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no further discussion on the matter, would the councilors wish to add their name? Madam Clerk, please add Councilor Liz Braden. Please add Councilor Julia Mejia. Please add Councilor Michelle Wu. And docket 0369 will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Madam Clerk, please place before the body docket 0370.
Thank you. Docket 0370, Councilors Edwards and Asabi George offer the following ordinance establishing a payment in lieu of taxes program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair now recognizes the District Councilor from East Boston, Councilor Edwards. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm excited about this conversation. It's actually a refile for pilot. For the pilot program. It actually complements what Councilor Bach and Councilor Janey filed last week. Speaking of which, my apologies, if I could suspend Rule 12 and include Councilor Janey as one of the original co-sponsors, I'll start there. My apologies.
Seeing and hearing no objection to the suspension of Rule 12, the Council President is hereby added as an original co-sponsor.
Thank you. This again is simply a refile, and it does three major things. It codifies a pilot task force. It makes sure that the assessing department of the City of Boston is actually assessing with real numbers, modern day numbers, what is the shortfall and what is the exact amount of money that the actual entities should be paying for. And then it also requires the entities to tell us what they've acquired essentially in terms of tax exempt properties. So it's about clarification. No, we cannot simply tax them directly as they are nonprofit entities, and we would have to change state and federal law to do so. But we do think that in as much as we have any program that is based off the assessment of their taxes, of the property taxes that they're not paying, we should be accurate in those numbers. And that's all this does. And so in talking with the chair of the pilot committee, Councilor Bach, we're really excited to actually have a comprehensive conversation wherein we can have a robust outward conversation with her and Councilor Janey specifically on what they filed last week on a hearing order, and then a narrower conversation specifically on this ordinance and what we could do again to just be accurate about the numbers, to be regularly informing the public about the shortfalls, but also I think in general, just doing our job. If we're going to have a program that has based on property tax avoidance and not having to pay it, then we should be clear about what they're not having to pay.
Thank you very much, Councilor Edwards. The chair now recognizes the at-large councilor from Dorchester, Councilor Anissa Asaibi George. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to thank Councilor Edwards for her leadership and for continuing our partnership with this ordinance. Modernizing pilot, codifying its process, and getting the task force up and running will help to significantly improve the program, as well as our efficacy in generating pilot funds. I look forward to continuing this discussion in partnership with our nonprofit institutions, along with the hearing, along with Councilors Bach and JD and Braden will hold. We can definitely do more across the board to improve pilot, our community benefits agreements, and relationships between our residents and neighboring large nonprofit institutions. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sabi George. Is there any further discussion on this docket? Seeing no physical hands raised, would any councillor, blue hands raised, would any councillors wish to add their name as co-sponsor on this? Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Braden, Councillor Bach, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Wu, Councillor Flaherty. Please add the chair's name. And docket 0370 will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Madam Clerk, please proceed with docket 0371.
Docket 0371, Councillor Edwards offer the following order regarding text amendments to Article 5 of the Boston Zoning Code with respect to public service corporations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair now recognizes the District Councilor from East Boston. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think what many people are unaware of, and what we've learned, unfortunately, painfully in East Boston, is how much control and how much public utilities like Eversource or National Grid can override our local zoning. It's actually part of our state laws that essentially a public service corporation may be exempted from the zoning regulations of a local town or city upon petition to a state department, and after a public notice and a hearing that decides that they can basically override the zoning. The issue for us is that the zoning, that the hearing didn't have to happen in the city of Boston. It just needs to be a public hearing. So the first thing this amendment's going to do is require the hearing to be in the city, where if you're going to override our zoning laws, we think we actually should, and you're petitioning to override them, you should have the hearing here. When it came to East Boston substation, it happened in Chelsea. So that's one thing. The other thing we also think should happen is that the ISD or the zoning commissioner should actually have a little bit more control in whether they should approve or support or conditionally support that waiver. And we just think we should be part of the conversation. This will not change the ability for public utilities to come in and kind of run somewhat roughshod, but it does certainly allow for us to be part of that process and conversation in a real way. These are small changes, but they would have made a big difference for us in East Boston. And unfortunately, we're still now paying for that. I believe the commissioner at the time actually waived our right to have the public hearing in Boston. So here we are. We can do better by our neighborhoods, and we can make sure our zoning actually includes us in the process without countering state law. So that's what I'm hoping for, that you would allow for this conversation to go forward, and we make sure we come up with a better balanced way for us to have these conversations and for us to be able to determine whether they should be able to override or not our zoning.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edwards. Seeing any further discussion on this docket 0371, would any councillors wish to add their name as a co-sponsor? Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Braden, Councillor Sabi George, Councillor Wu, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Bach, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Campbell. Please add the chair's name, as well as Councillor Michael Flaherty. And docket 0371 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Madam Clerk, please proceed with docket 0372.
Docket 0372, Councillor Edwards offered the following order for hearing on the status of the Zoning Board of Appeals Executive Order and Home Rule Petition.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Chair now recognizes the District Council from East Boston, Councillor Edwards. The floor is yours.
As my colleagues will recall, we had a wonderful back and forth over a home rule petition with the mayor's office throughout all of 2019 that ultimately culminated in the mayor's office commissioning a report from Sullivan Worcester and then ultimately doing an executive order, taking a lot from the home rule petition I filed and making them immediate action items, and then allowing us to continue to work on the language of the home rule petition, which, for your information and excitement, has been refiled again by Representative Dan Ryan to assure that we have an urban planner, an environmentalist, and as well as term limits on the ZBA. That's pending at the State House. But what the executive order that passed and that Mayor Walsh had pushed for gave an 18-month timeline to do a lot of what we discussed before, including the electronic notices. The map has come out where you can actually follow on a map all of the projects that are pending before the ZBA. We were also supposed to be able to file those projects directly instead of having physically to go down to 10 Mass Ave. Not only were you able to file them, but you'd be able to follow those projects and sign up your email so that you can get regular announcements from the ZBA if there's been a deferment. We all just discussed this, but these are things that are part of the executive order that the mayor had filed that came from the home rule petition I had filed. This is an exciting thing, and we're in the middle of getting some of these things done. The language aspect of it has been worked on. The other thing that was really important, and again, is in line with what Councillor Sabi George has filed, is about the transparency. We've lowered the threshold in this executive order for disclosures of who owns what and who has what ownership interest in LLCs when they come before the ZBA. So it isn't ABC LLC purchasing it. It's really Councillor Braden, Councillor Flynn, and Councillor Edwards who actually own this. And literally, you guys were just the only ones on my screen. So that's it. I only mentioned you guys for those reasons. I promise we're not a secret LLC buying any properties. They just happen to be on my screen on my cell phone. But the fact is, these are part of the executive order. And so this hearing is a check-in on that executive order. We're within the time frame of it. The other thing that's supposed to be happening is financial disclosures of each one of the ZBA members. So what we're doing is a check-in on that executive order. I believe it was 18 months to be completed. This February, I think this early February marked a year. So that puts us closer to August, I believe, for this entire transparency and the electronic transformation to be completed. And so I wanted to make sure we had that hearing coming up soon to really understand how far we've come. I'm excited about this. These are good things. Most people are very, very happy to know that one day they'll be able to just sign up on an email and know what's going on in their neighborhood. The map is already available. And then just honestly being able to be told before they show up that a project has been deferred. Because that's the worst thing, I think, for a lot of people is to take the time off of work, to be prepared for a Zoom, to get the babysitting all settled, and then to find out it's been deferred. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I look forward to this hearing and getting some updates.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further discussion on docket 0372? Seeing none, would any councillors wish to add their name to docket 0372? Madam Clerk, please add Councillors Braden and Flynn, the aforenamed business partners. Please add Councillor Bach. Please add Councillor Sabi George, Councillor Wu, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Flaherty. Please add the chair's name. And docket 0372 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Madam Clerk, please read docket 0373.
Thank you. Docket 0373, Councillor Flynn offered the following resolution in support of House Docket 1167, an act concerning genocide education, and Senate Docket 1592, an act advancing and promoting genocide education.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair now recognizes the District Councillor from South Boston. Councillor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed this resolution back in 2018, with Councillor McCarthy. We're refiling this resolution again this year as these state bills are filed again this year. These bills at the State House right now are sponsored by State Representative Jeffrey Roy and State Senator Michael Rodriguez to require all school systems in Massachusetts to include a curriculum unit in teaching students about the history of genocide. We have to recognize that ethnic, religious, racial, or national hatred can result in extreme violence. and they can lead to terrible situations like we've seen in the past. We also have to ensure that our students recognize the horrors of genocide and that they speak up when they see suffering and oppression of vulnerable people. If this bill passes, it would require schools to teach to their students about the history of genocide, including and not limited to the history of the Holocaust. Again, we passed this resolution in 2019 and another similar resolution back in 2015. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues, present and past, for their support. I hope my colleagues will pass this resolution again this time too, so that we can reaffirm our commitment to stand against hatred and that our students will know the horrible suffering that genocide caused in the past and not be indifferent to suffering in the future. And thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, am I correct in assuming you are seeking suspension of the rules and vote for adoption today of this docket?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Mr. President.
Of course. Any further discussion on docket 0373? Would any councillors wish to add their name? Madam Clerk, please add Councillor Braden, Councillor Bach, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Sabi George, Councillor Wu, Councillor Baker, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Flaherty. Please add the chair's name. Councillor Flynn now moves for suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 0373. Madam Clerk, would you be so kind as to call the roll?
Certainly. Docket 0373, Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
And I'm just going to double check. Councillor Campbell.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
No. Okay.
Yes. And Councillor Asabi George is also a yes.
Yes, I got that. All right. Mr. Vice President.
Madam Clerk, I didn't actually answer before, so just make sure that you've got the correct yeses.
I do. Councillor Asabi George?
Yes.
I have you as a yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought you said yes. And so, Mr. President, docket number 0373 has been adopted unanimously.
Thank you very much. The docket has been adopted. Congratulations, Councillor Flynn. We are now moving on to late files. I am informed by the clerk that there is one late file matter. It is personnel in nature from Councillor Arroyo. And the late file matter is being sent an email to everyone right now. So please check your emails and we will take a roll call vote to add this docket to the agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Late file personnel matter. Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell, yes. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councillor Asabi George, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
Councillor Wu. Mr. Vice President, the late file personnel matter is properly before the body.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's been added to the agenda. Would you please read the late file matter into the record?
Certainly. In the Boston City Council, Boston City Council, February 24th, 2021. Councilor Kim Janey for Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of the late file matter, which is personnel in nature. Madam Clerk, please once again call the roll.
Thank you. On our late file personnel matter, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Mr. Vice President, the late file personnel matter has passed unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further late files, we will now move on to the green sheets. Anybody wishing to remove something from the green sheet may do so at this time. The chair now recognizes the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Councilor Bach. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull docket 0194 on page 2 of the green sheets, which is currently assigned for further action for its second reading. The full details on page 15.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. Madam Clerk, could you please read docket 0194, which was assigned for further action?
Thank you. On page 2, assigned for further action, message and order approving an appropriation of $306,000 for the purpose of paying for costs of a feasibility study and schematic design work associated with the boiler and window replacement projects at the following schools: Samuel Adams Elementary School and the Patrick J. Kennedy Elementary School, for which the City of Boston may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Public Facilities Department and on behalf of Boston Public Schools. This matter has received its first reading and is now before you for the second reading. It's a capital project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And would you poll the committee, which I probably should have done ahead of time, but just so we're in compliance?
It's good for them to know what they're voting on. That's why. So for the Committee on Government Operations.
Ways and Means, Madam Clerk.
I have it right there. Ways and Means. It's been a long day. So on this matter, on the Committee on Ways and Means. Yep. Hang on just one second. I do have government ops. I don't know why. So, in the Committee on Ways and Means, Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell.
Yes. My
Great.
Zoom.
Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
yes. And Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Vice President, this matter is properly before the body.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I see that our president is back, but I'd assume, Madam President, can we finish this docket then?
Please continue, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course, of course. So docket 0194 is proper for the body. Said it needs a second vote in order for passage. Did you have any further discussion, Chairwoman Bach, on why we should vote for this, or are you happy to proceed with the roll call vote?
Well, just a reminder to everyone that this is for that work on the Samuel Adams and the Patrick Kennedy Elementary School, both in East Boston. This is an MSBA design grant, and then it should be followed up with an MSBA grant for the actual work. As it's a capital docket, it needs these 2 votes. So we did vote back on February 10th, and now I'm looking for the second vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Bach is now seeking second reading on docket 0194. Madam Clerk, would you please call the?
Thank you so much. For the second reading on docket number 0194, Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Bach.
Yes.
Councillor Bach, yes. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell, yes. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councillor Sabi George, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Janey.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Janey, yes. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
Councillor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0194 has received its second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Having received its second reading, docket 0194 has passed. Madam President, we had just voted on the first of, I believe, 2 matters that are seeking to be pulled from the green sheet, so, or perhaps more than 2. But thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to pull a docket number, it's now docket number 0319 on page 5 of 15 of the green sheets. This is a refile. We actually passed it out of our body. This is the Homelessness Commission, sponsored by Councillor Sabi George.
Okay, and before you continue, I'm going to allow folks to check their email and turn it over to our clerk, who will read the docket, make sure it's properly before the body. So if folks want to check their email, Madam Clerk.
Would you like me to call the roll for?
Oh, yes, of the committee, please.
Yes. In the Committee on Government Operations, Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councillor Flaherty, yes. Councillor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councillor Arroyo, yes. Councillor Bach. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Councillor Baker.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Mejia.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley, yes, I think. Councillor Wu. Yes, okay. And Councillor Wu.
Yes.
There's unanimous consent to have this matter properly before the body.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please read the docket?
Certainly. On page 5 of 15, in the Committee on Government Operations, docket number 0319, Councillor Sabi George, sponsor, is an ordinance to create a special commission on ending family homelessness. It was filed on February 3rd, 2021.
Thank you so much. And now that it is properly before the body, the chair recognizes Councillor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee of Government Operations.
Thank you very much, Madam President and my colleagues, for your indulgence. As we have thoroughly vetted this, I'm just going to go through some of the dates and conversation and then promptly turn it over to the lead sponsor to make sure that if there's any other updates that she would like to make before we bring this before the body. Again, this is a refile of docket 0225. This is an ordinance to create a special commission on ending family homelessness. It was originally sponsored by Councillor Sabi George, referred to the committee on January 29, 2020. The committee held a hearing on January 14, 2020, and there was public comment taken and a working session on October 1st. This docket would establish a commission to develop an actionable and measurable plan to end family homelessness in the city of Boston. It was placed before our body, and I believe now we are asking that it be placed again before the body in a small amended draft. But I'm going to turn it over to the lead sponsor to explain the procedures, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councillor Edwards for bringing this before us today. This was resubmitted a few weeks ago. We are pulling it today from the green sheets to once again pass it. This docket is an amended version of the Special Commission to End Family Homelessness. Even though we did pass it at the end of the year, we needed to adjust some of the language regarding the appointments and membership of the commission. This version reflects those changes, and I do ask that we pass it once again today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. We will now move on for a vote if there is no other discussion on the matter. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Docket number 0319. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes, enthusiastically again.
Councilor Bach, enthusiastically, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Absolutely, and congratulations, Councillor Sabi George.
Wonderful. Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu. Madam President, docket number 0319 has been approved, has passed unanimously.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the consent agenda. The chair moves for adoption of the consent agenda as presented. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. All right. Approval of the consent agenda. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the consent agenda has been unanimously approved.
Thank you so much. And before we move on, docket 0373, I'd like to go on the record supporting that amendment. A vote in the affirmative. This was the resolution that was offered by Councilor Flynn.
On the genocide, that was
0373.
yes.
That's on the record in the.
Thank you. Madam President, you have been added.
Thank you so much. Before I call on, we are moving on to announcements. Before I call on colleagues, I know it's been a long meeting. We do have a celebration after our meeting, and so we will take at the end of this meeting a 5-minute break and then go immediately into our celebration. So certainly hoping that folks will be able to join us there. Want to also just acknowledge that this morning 2 people died at a construction site this morning. And so as we bring our meeting to a close, we will certainly keep those individuals in our thoughts and our prayers. And if it is related to the construction site, obviously in our advocacy moving forward so that this does not happen again. I also want to lift up the family of Ahmaud Arbery. Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of his brutal murder. He was 25 years old, folks know, jogging, and was brutally murdered by 3 individuals who have yet to be brought to justice. Also want to just lift up Doris Bunty. We did some good work in this meeting. I've been doing good work around housing for quite some time. Doris Bunty was an extraordinary leader, trailblazer in so many ways, just breaking down barriers for the women on this council to even be on this council. She was the first Black woman elected to the State House. We know her advocacy and work around housing. So just want to lift her up. And obviously we will close out today's council meeting in her honor. I do see some blue hands or Zoom hands. They're not blue anymore. Want to call upon Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Madam President, I just wanted to add a comment to your remarks about Doris Bunty. I had the pleasure and real privilege to get to know her a bit when I was at the Boston Housing Authority and to be at the occasion where we dedicated a senior development to her. And, you know, I think she was a trailblazer in so many respects. And there's been a lot of focus in the press on her role as an elected official and then as the head of the Housing Authority. But I really want to lift up the role she played in establishing tenant power in this city. You know, I worked for Billy McGonigal, and I used to get stories all the time about Doris Bunty, you know, being named as the first tenant to the board of the BHA by Kevin White. And then also John Connolly, who we recently lost a couple of months ago. So a Black woman and a white man, both folks who had grown up and lived in public housing. And between them, they kind of organized the first ever tenant majority of the BHA board, and the powers that be didn't like it. And as folks famously know, Kevin White removed her from the board for not following his instructions, and then the Supreme Judicial Court reinstated her. And I think it's just really important to lift up that to this day, the BHA has a tenant majority monitoring board, and it really pioneered that model and the idea of tenant leadership of our housing authorities in the country. And Doris Bunty was that person. And I just, I really came to admire her from all of the stories that I heard about her, and then from meeting this woman who still just possessed such a will and such a clarity of vision and brilliance. And so I really want to echo you that we've learned so much from her. And I know I was talking to Councillor Flynn earlier today about some of his memories in relation to this era. So I know he might want to make some remarks on it as well. But I didn't want to let the moment pass without honoring her and saying how lucky I was to know her for a little.
Thank you for that. The chair recognizes Councillor Sabi George. Councillor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to note that this Friday will mark the last day of service for EMT Mel Dr. Reed, and he very specifically went by Doctor as opposed to Dr. Reed. His start date, and the reason why I want to pay particular note to his last day in service to this city, his first day was February 25th, 1970. He had 51 years of service to Boston EMS, spent most of his career in the neighborhoods of Dorchester, South Boston, and West Roxbury, and had multiple commendations during those years of service, as well as a proud member of the Honor Guard for Boston EMS. I want to make particular note, when Mel began his career at Boston EMS, the average price of a home was $25,000. A stamp was 6 cents, and a gallon of gas was 36 cents. The Beatles released Abbey Road, and Richard Nixon was entering his first term as president. Overall, Mel served under 10 different U.S. presidents and 4 mayors of this great city. I want to thank Mel for his 5 decades plus years of service and his certain commitment, without doubt, to the city and to the people of Boston. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to recognize the loss of one of our colleagues' mothers. As you know, Councillor LaMattina lost his mother, Dolores, and I just wanted to recognize that Councillor LaMattina is my immediate predecessor and had this seat, and there is something special about us councillors from East Boston. I know the clerk has a slight bias for us; she can't help it. But being at the wake, it was amazing who came to see and support Sal in his moment. And just to tell you a little bit about Dolores, she's the mother of 4 boys who she raised proudly, mostly by herself in East Boston. And one of the stories that sticks out to me about what Sal talked about was how she always wanted to rest on Sunday, so she made the sauce and gravy the night before, and they all go out, and the night before they would come in really, really late and eat it all up, which was much to her chagrin because she didn't have much for the following day. And I had the opportunity to enjoy a meal with Dolores when I had actually stayed over one Christmas and didn't get back to my mom in time. And so I ended up staying, and I spent Christmas Eve and 7 Fishes with Sal, and then met all of his brothers, and then Tokyo Joe being one of the famous ones. And then Dolores came along as well. And what I felt like was, of the 4 brothers, I felt like just another, like a sister within them. They welcomed me. Dolores was wonderful. And so, you know, Sal embraced me from day one, and so did Dolores. And so when one of us hurts, we all hurt. And so Sal is in our hearts. Sal, we wanted you to know that you're in our hearts, and so is your mom. So I just wanted to recognize that loss of one of our former colleagues.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councillor Bach for highlighting the recent passing of Doris Bunty, who was also a close friend and someone we all respected and admired as well. She was BHA administrator during difficult times, and when the Charlestown Public Housing and South Boston Public Housing was integrated, desegregated. It was Doris Bunty. It was Bill McGonigal under the leadership of Mayor Flynn. So I just want to say thank you for remembering Doris Bunty and her commitment to justice across the city. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Want to adjourn in memory of Jim Donovan on behalf of my council colleague, Council Flynn, and also our clerk, Council Feeney. She's an unsung hero. Kelly Donovan, it's her dad, works up in the clerk's office. And also want to adjourn in memory of Fred Rooney, the beloved wife of Hun Rooney, who gave birth to 12 boys in South Boston. And I adjourn in memory of Fred on behalf of Council Flynn, Council Baker, and Councilor Asabi George. And just remember Hun and all the Rooneys at this time. He was a permanent fixture down at the hockey rink, down at the ball fields, very active in the community sports, a veteran, was also active in veteran events, but there wasn't any event that he wasn't part of, particularly given the size of their family. So that ran over generations. And also he's the father of Jim Rooney, who we all know as the former executive director of the Convention Center, as well as the Chamber of Commerce. So our thoughts and prayers are with the Rooneys. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Just another reminder that we will immediately after this, 5 minutes after this, we will begin our celebration. We're moving on now to the memorials. As we always do, we're going to adjourn our meeting in memory of the following individuals. For Councilor Arroyo and the chair, Abel Perez. For Councilor Bach and the chair, Susan Campbell Brownsberger. For Councilor Campbell, Emily Watts. For Councilors Asabi George, Flaherty, Flynn, and the chair, Frederick M. Rooney. For Councilor O'Malley, Ann Murray. For the chair, John Bowden, Triola Kilgo, Tom Bell, Brandon D. Williams, Margaret Singleton, Kevin D. Johnson, Shirley Marie Strotter, and Mark Anthony Morales. And for the entire Boston City Council, Doris Bunty. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. We are scheduled to meet again remotely on Wednesday, March 3rd at 12 noon. All in favor of adjournment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.